Dear participants, welcome to AVLOKAN, International Research Summit. We are going to begin shortly. We acknowledge the presence of our panelist, Dr. John Lipinski. Welcome to the event, sir.
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you, sir?
Good. So I'm at the panel that starts in 10 minutes.
Panel discussion starts at 8:30, sir. First, we have Dr. Kotler's session.
Okay, so I'll be hanging out for a while then. Cool.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. How's everything going?
Good, sir. Good, sir.
Good.
Yeah. How about you, sir?
Oh, everything's wonderful. Getting ready for the semester to start. So busy, but
Great.
everything's going well.
Great, great, great.
Requesting all the participants connected through Zoom and Facebook Live to stay tuned. We are going to commence as per the schedule. Thanks for your patient presence. Dear participants, welcome to AVLOKAN, International Research Summit. We are going to begin shortly. Requesting everyone connected through Zoom and Facebook Live to stay tuned. We are going to start as per the schedule. Thank you.
Good evening, Arup, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
Yeah, good, sir. How are you, sir?
Well, thank you.
Great, sir.
Dear participants, before we begin with the event, let me take you through the journey of Research Summit for last 8 days. We had with us renowned speakers apprising us with their intellect on a variety of topics. I'm sure you would have taken a lot back from those sessions. On day one, we inaugurated the Research Summit with a session by Dr. Roger Smith, renowned American political scientist, along with Dr. Chainraj Roychand, Chancellor, Jain Tim to be University, as our esteemed speakers. On day two, we could listen to the valuable sessions by Mr. Arup Kumar Chatterjee, Principal Financial Sector Specialist of Asian Development Bank in Philippines, and Dr. Raj Singh, Vice Chancellor of Jain Tim to be University. Day 3 of Summit got enriched with the presence of Professor Mohammad Yunus, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, as our chief guest, followed by the session of Mr. P.K. Gupta, Global CTO, Global Alliances, Pre-Sales, Dell Technologies. Day 4 continued the legacy of knowledge sharing with the sessions by our intellectual speakers, Dr. Dinesh Neelkant, Director, CMS, Jain Tim to be University, Ms. Amita Paul, Product Manager at LinkedIn. On day 5, we got the opportunity to host Ms. Nidhi Vadera, Sales Coach, Business Consultant, and an author, along with Professor V. Ranganathan, retired RBI Chair and Professor at IIM Bangalore. The last 3 days, we have been holding track presentations. This is the overview of the incredible journey by now we were set to for AVLOKAN. Today, on day 9 of Research Summit, we reach to the destination of this intellectual pathway with the upcoming session by our honorable chief guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Philip Kotler, the father of modern marketing. Requesting all participants to stay tuned with us. Thank you.
Varsha, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, I'm there.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. 6:50 will come, eh?
Yes, sir. I just spoke to him. He in another 10 minutes is joining, sir.
Good, no? I thought it is 7:30. Good, you reminded me.
No, no, no. He told it 10 minutes early only he'll join so that we can set up everything.
Very
I
nice.
just called him to check everything is fine or not.
How did it go last 3-4 days?
So we received very good feedback from all the participants of presentations.
Very nice.
I shared with Dinesh sir also.
How many students of CMS have attended this?
Sir, we will fetch the data, then only exact number we can tell you. But maximum students are attending and they are finding it good.
Almost 1,500 attended?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because first years fully have not come. We have sent them also invite. Today also again we have sent invite to all. So today students are quite excited to join this session.
Yeah. You know, you're the youngest at 90 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Such legends, eh?
Yes, sir. We are like I feel like very much fortunate that we are able to listen to him and host him.
Yeah, not only that, Mohammed Yunus, that
Yes, sir.
Roger Smith, and
Yes.
all those seen in this, Philip Kotler, these are all very rare people.
And we are getting a lot of appreciation from participants that under one program they are getting a lot of.
Every 3 months we should do this kind of program.
Sure, sir. We'll keep approaching
Avlokan
speakers.
1, Avlokan 2, Avlokan 3.
Quarterly we'll do, sir. Quarterly.
Yeah, quarterly abhi se plan kar do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We should be whatever we have missed out this time, we can make it strengthen it more in a better way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it's a good learning for us.
Yes, sir. This is God's grace. We did not plan it that grand. What is happening? We just planned one day event, but it's a God's grace that we could pull this kind of.
Yeah. Because now the whole dynamics of the world is changing now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We should also adapt to those changes.
Yes, sir. So we have here Dr. John Lipinski, who's from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. He is our panelist.
Doctor
John Lipinski.
Dr. John, good evening, sir. Dr. John.
I think he's mute.
Yeah. Good evening,
8:30.
John.
Yeah, around 8:15 we start with panel discussion today.
Yeah. This goes on. Philip Kotler, sir, will talk for half an hour.
I have told 30 minutes talk, and then we will take little Q&A, and then our faculty also will have something to present for him.
Good. So I have 2-3 emergencies. So once I wish Philip Kotler and listen to him afterwards, I can leave or I should?
Sir, if possible, please be there till valedictory.
Wow, pray.
Today is the only day, sir.
I'm tightly booked. I have 3 more sessions after this.
Okay.
No problem. I'll try my best.
Yes, sir. If you're not there, we miss you, sir. That day you did not come, we badly missed you.
Where?
6th day.
6th day I was there. In a different world only I was that day.
Yes.
That Reserve Bank of India professor who spoke, no?
Yes, sir. And one author was also there.
I listened to him actually in the car. I listened to him.
He actually used a lot of Gita shlokas.
Yeah, he was too good. A very senior
Yes,
professor.
and connected with the social responsibility.
Yeah, he's too good. At least 20 minutes I could hear him.
Yes.
Already 3:14 have
All
come.
speakers are good. Whosoever has spoken,
Yeah.
all the speakers are good.
Dr. John is here. Dr. John, good evening.
I think Dr. John is waiting for his session, so he has just logged in.
No problem. Dr. John, full name is?
Dr.
I'm
John
here.
Lipinski. Yeah, sir has come.
Good
Just
evening.
doing some work, but I'm here.
Good evening, Dr. John Lipinski.
How are you?
It's I'm fine, sir. It's very honor to have you on our board, sir, today, and we are very privileged to connect with you today, and we are very excited.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm happy to join.
You are such a intellectual personality, and so much you have contributed to the society at whole, and you are a very holistic person.
Thank you so much. I
Very
enjoy
nice.
it.
Today we have your senior, Philip Kotler, who is 90 years youngest and an inspiration to all of us.
Yes, absolutely.
Dr. John, so how do you feel connecting with our university? And we are so happy to know you, and all the people who are going to 60,000 people are going to connect with you today. More than 60,000,
Wow.
70,000 people.
I'm just impressed that everybody wants to see me. That's great.
Yeah, but when we highlighted your name and Philip Kotler's surname, the crowd has increased by another 10,000.
Yes, sir.
And that's because of.
Well, I think 9,999 were because of Dr. Kotler, but I'll take credit for one.
But Dr. John, at this age also, you are so handsome. So we envy you.
Thank you.
I think ladies are smiling, so they accept my statement that you are handsome.
Definitely, sir.
Dr. Varsha,
Definitely,
Pooja,
sir. Definitely. Agree,
what do
sir.
you say, Pooja?
I'll have to warn my wife. She'll be jealous.
Am I right, Pooja?
Unmute yourself. So Pooja is our
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
student coordinator.
Dr. John, see, that is the feedback, what I shared about you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, sir. It was a great honor. This is our Indian tradition. With Namaste, we welcome people.
Thank you.
And Dr. John is from Indiana University, Varsha.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And Dr. John's subjects are. So how is the United States, Dr. John, there now with this pandemic? How are you able to manage all the challenges?
It's an interesting time because this is the time of year when all the kids go back to school and Delta is really flaring up, and there's just concerns about, especially the young kids.
Yes, sir. I think the whole world is worried about the young kids now. So
And we're
Delta is
getting,
spreading,
you know,
Dr.
significant
John,
breakthrough infections even with the vaccine. So there's concern.
so Delta is spreading there also, sir, Dr. John.
Very much.
Hmm.
Our
I-
cases are higher this year than they were last year,
So
same time of the year.
at your university, these offline students are not coming then?
We're going to be live in the classroom, but it's a nervous time.
It's a nervous time. So we have to be with it for another 1 or 2 years, or it will be okay in next 1 or 2 months.
I'm sorry, the question was?
Now, is it going to be for another 1 or 2 years is go prolongs, or another 3-4 months will be normal?
I hope it's sooner rather than later, but
Yeah, we can't predict anything.
we can't. I mean, when the vaccines first rolled out in the United States, I thought it's over, but no.
You had both the vaccination, Dr. John?
Yes,
Pfizer,
I had Moderna.
Moderna.
I was scheduled to be in Bangalore in June, but everything got canceled.
I think next year we can host you, Dr. John.
I hope so.
Next year, June.
It's been, God, more than 2 years since I've been back over to India. Just everything's been shut down for 17 months now.
Yeah, 17 months. I think first time in your life you have experienced this, all of us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I realized it's been 2 years since I've been on an airplane, and it's weird.
Yes, aeroplane, Bahapre. Very nice. How did you connect with Dr. John, Dr. Varsha?
Sir, he actually came for our previous conference as well, international conference we did.
Very nice. So he accepted your invitation.
Yes, sir. He's
So
kind enough to.
We are very lucky
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
to have Dr. John with us today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And he was very supportive throughout the journey. Whenever we invited him, he just kindly accepted our invite. So I'm thankful to him for that.
He's a very scholarly and very intellectual personality, Dr. John Lipingse.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, Baishaki, how have you been doing?
Good evening, sir. Yeah, I'm doing good, sir.
And Dr. Shiva Chaudhary,
I'm good, sir.
all of you are enjoying this Avlokan.
Absolutely,
Yes,
sir. We are loving it like anything. It has become a kind of festival for all of us.
Fully engrossed, all of you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Entire faculty of CMS, eh? Varsha?
Yes,
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
yes.
Everybody's enjoying. It's like a 9-day festival. Like somebody was telling me,
Okay.
research Navratri. It is like
Sunita is
every day. In evening, we'll just dress up and we'll sit nicely. 2 hours, 3 hours, we'll enjoy every day.
Very good, very good, very good.
So we are. I think we are going to badly miss it from tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yes.
because we are so engrossed in it, and we have owned it, no? That we have experienced it there.
Yes, sir. And your presence has made it like, sir, very much meaningful for all of us.
First time in my life, I attended so many times.
We are grateful to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, that is CMS magic.
Yes, sir. We hope, sir, we keep
This is our
engaged
young
like this.
Dr. John. This is our young army who's full of life, enthusiasm, energy, and the young teachers have organized this international global conference. It is all are in 30 years and 32 years, very young and highly energetic and very ready to learn all new ideas. And they're all doctorates and doing a lot of good research, and they connect with a lot of information and try to bring out ideas and innovation.
Well, it's definitely a changing world, and I've realized, just God, over the last 4 or 5 years, so much has gone out the window. So good time to get started in a career. It's all going to be changing very quickly.
Whole world is now looking at a new level of a new normal and new disruption in education. So it's a lifelong process, but the model is changing completely now.
Oh, well, I mean, education, the environment, I mean, global trade. I mean, it's all just big question marks right now.
Yes, I agree.
I request MC to be ready. Dr. Kotler can join us any moment now.
MC, who's the MC today?
Sure.
Dr. Shiva?
Yes, sir.
You're the MC. Good.
Yes, sir.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. In fact, what you should do, Dr. Shiva, you should introduce extempore.
Sure, sir. Sure. Definitely, sir. We can take them through the journey of last 9 days.
Very good, very good, very good.
Dr.
Right.
Kotler has said that he will just join
No,
10 minutes before and he would like to
Dr.
say hi to
Shiva-
everybody.
Dr. Shiva Chaudhary's approach is very good. Her communication is very excellent. The way she
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
This is what I observed in her.
Thank you, sir.
So my selection, sir.
Good, good. Agreed. Accepted, accepted.
Oh, really?
Teamwork. It's a teamwork. It's a
Oh,
teamwork.
really?
Yeah.
No, sir, credit goes to Dinesh sir and Sunita ma'am for mentoring her and
All of
us.
it.
All the entire team is mentored by these two guys, sir.
Agreed. Accepted. In principle.
Dinesh sir and Sunita ma'am has mentored us so that we could do Avlokan.
Where is Dinesh sir?
He's just joining sir in some moment.
Yeah.
So
Sir,
till then, can we go ahead with the itinerary of last 8 days?
Yes.
The entire journey
Please
which
go
we
ahead.
had taken up by now.
Yes, madam. Go ahead.
So let me take all our participants to this 9-day International Research Summit, which is going to be culminated today, the lecture of Dr. Philip Kotler. So let's go backwards and let me tell you, on day 1, we inaugurated the Research Summit with a session by Dr. Roger Sam Smith, the renowned American political scientist.
Sorry to interrupt you, Shiva. Dr.
Yes.
Kotler has joined us. Dr. Kotler has joined us.
A very warm welcome, sir.
Nice
Good
to
morning,
be here.
sir.
Thank you.
good evening, sir.
Nice to meet everyone.
Yes, sir. Our Chancellor, sir, is also here, sir.
Good evening, Dr. Philip Kotler. It's a great honor, and I think we are excited to see you and have you with us today. In fact, we feel that we are the luckiest people on the planet to have you, sir, Dr. Philip Kotler. No, Dr. Philip Kotler, you have to unmute it. Dr. Philip Kotler. I think Dr. Shiva.
Yes, sir. I guess Kotler sir is muted. We can unmute him.
Yeah, please unmute Dr. Philip Kotler.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is good because this is going to be the first picture after my introduction, to start my discussion of what's happening in marketing and the evolution of marketing. Okay.
Yes, doctor.
Sure,
Yes.
sir.
So how big is your audience?
Sir, we
60,000.
have, yes, sir.
60,000.
You're kidding. I
Sir,
better be very.
Sir, you're a
I
legend.
better be very careful about what I say.
Dr. Philip Kotler, the whole world wants to listen to you.
Well, that's not a good thing, by the way. There should be no one that the whole world listens to, because we have to listen to many people.
That is the legendary personality you have contributed to the world for better living, better ideas, your definition of marketing mix, and your ideas of modify the behaviors towards healthier and safer living style. 80 books you have written. So you are a legend of legends, Dr. Philip Kotler.
Well, basically, I am a humanist, and there's different philosophies of life.
I agree,
But
sir.
the one that's most attractive to me is to believe that we are here to make the world a better place and to make our own lives designed to be worthy and contributing to others.
Yes, doctor, I fully agree with you, because that word, definitely that philosophical statement, humanist, I want to make the life better people around. And that is what you have done, Dr. Philip Kotler, to
Yeah.
there. And that is the world will always respect you for ages to ages to, I think eternity, you will be remembered as a divine godfather for the humanist approach what you have.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I would guess that it's 8:14 my time, which means we're almost going to go on the air. Is that correct?
So we start in another 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's all
Before that-
under your control.
before that,
You'll say, I'm
before
glad to say, to discuss other things until you tell me it's time to say hello to the audience.
Time is yours, Dr. Philip Kotler. You take whatever time you want to.
Yeah, but Dr. Charan, may I ask you this question? Are you working yourself on articles now that have to do with, for example, healthcare marketing?
As of now, healthcare, we have just started this year with few of our professors on especially on healthcare marketing. So it may take another 1 or 2 years to come out with a proper models on healthcare marketing. It just we have made a beginning.
Because I was posed a problem by another Indian university about how to reach the physicians and the people who purchase X-ray equipment and so on, because more and more medical people are hard to reach. They want their secretaries to stand between them and any salesperson.
So when
So
is
the question,
when is the talk, Dr. Philip Kotler? When are you talking?
oh, that's going to be in about a month from now.
So we will send you some of the write-up and whatever knowledge we have and what we have done, so that it may add little value to you in your talk to address that university.
Well, thank you. Well, the problem is that in the old days, the salesperson would know every doctor and go out for dinner and influence the doctor to be interested in his pharmaceuticals and so on. But nowadays, there's so many restrictions about reaching out to influence the
Right.
physicians that they're posing this as a big problem.
Yes, I agree with you because of this pandemic. But still, we have some literature with us. We'll send it to you. It may help you somewhere to understand the Indian way of doing things.
Okay, wonderful. How does the lighting look for me? Is there anything I should do to increase the? Is
No,
it
you're very,
satisfactory?
no, you're
Is it
very much.
satisfactory?
Yeah, it's satisfactory. It's visible, and you're looking very energetic, young, and very spirited. So that is what we can see in you now.
Okay, thank you very much.
And in fact, I will call you as one of the most youngest person in the 60,000 audience now.
Okay, thank you.
Our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh would like to wish you Dr. Philip Kotler.
Okay.
Dr. Philip Kotler sahab, welcome and thank you so much for being generous with your time and being with us this evening. Your joining the summit today means so much to us. In fact, it tells us how innovative a thought leader could be, how revered an educator could be, and how accomplished an author could be. And your joining has attached a lot of credibility, a lot of meaning to our efforts. Thank you so much for being with us, and hearty welcome on behalf of all of us. In fact, thank you.
Well, thank you for the invitation, and I really look forward to meeting your community.
Thank you, Dr.
So we can start, Dr. Shiva.
Yes.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, continue. Please start.
A very good evening, dear participants, delegates, speakers, and dignitaries. Welcome to AVLOKAN, 9-day International Research Summit on Redefining Social Responsibility with Ethical Leadership, organized by Vidyanidhi, Student Research and Development Cell, in association with Gyanidhi, Faculty Research Cell of Center for Management Studies, Jain Timtubi University. It's a moment of pride to announce that Jain Timtubi University has secured 8th rank in India Today Ranking 2021 among top 10 private universities. Having achieved an A grade by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAAC, with CGPA of 3.31, rated A+ at state level and A at national level by CRISIL, it is considered the most desired destination for students across the globe. For its illustrious history of developing talent, it is a hub of learning in every sense of the word. Known for its emphasis on education, entrepreneurship, research, and sports, Jain Timtubi University has some of the best minds in educational and research fields. It focuses on the holistic development of the students. Center for Management Studies, an integral part of Jain Timtubi University, is an institute that harnesses an international outlook with the commitment to create top business leaders, aspiring media professionals. CMS being ranked 14th as best college and placed in top 5 for academic excellence in India Today Ranking 2021 is an ultimate destination for students, where they can find new avenues to fulfill their dreams. AVLOKAN, the International Research Summit on Redefining Social Responsibility with Ethical Leadership, has received an immense support and presence throughout the last 8 days, with a reach of over 80,000 delegates connected with us from over 90 countries, such as USA, UK, Sri Lanka, Poland, Jordan, and Indonesia, to name a few. We witnessed the same spark of today as well. Thanks once again to all of you joining in and making this summit worthwhile. There is but one God, who is self-illuminated, the creator of knowledge, wisdom, and intellect, the one who relies on truth. And this God is known as Guru, the teacher, the preceptor, the dispeller of ignorance, spreading light to millions of minds. On this note, we would like to greet the Guru of Gurus, an inspiration to all, Dr. Philip Kotler, the soulful devotional prayer, Guru Vandana. I would like to invite Professor Vaishnavi to deliver the Guru Vandana and Professor Mithun Kumar for the interpretation.
Akhanda Mandala Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha.
The Guru, whose form is one whole, which is indivisible, present everywhere, pervades in everything. The Guru, who has seen the feet of the Lord, he who has experienced oneness with the ultimate. Salutations, O Blessed One.
Ajnanatimirandasya Jnanam Janashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha.
He who removes the darkness of ignorance of the unenlightened by applying the ointment of knowledge. He who opens the eyes. Salutations unto that holy Guru.
India, a land rich with mythology, has always believed in incarnations, the incarnation of courage, wisdom, and intellect from time to time in the form of gurus, scholars, and intellects. Their presence and contribution is what embodies the wealth of knowledge to which we all are the partakers today. In India, we refer to incarnation as Mahavataras, while Mahavatara Guru Dronacharya is seen as a luminary in the field of archery, scholar Aryabhatta a luminary in the field of mathematics, intellect C.V. Raman as a luminary in physics. We have amidst us this evening one such luminary, an incarnation of intellect and knowledge in the field of modern marketing, whose marketing management is the single most important marketing textbook that has ever been written, selling over 3 million copies in 20 languages, and who is widely acknowledged as the father of marketing with more than 80 books to his name. Ladies and gentlemen, we are overjoyed beyond measure in presenting to you all the speaker for today, a global scholar, the guru of a century in his own respect, a veteran author, writer, and thinker our generation is blessed with, a magician, time spent with whom is sure to reckon in our collections of nostalgia. Today, I deem it my life's privilege and honor to be presenting to our noble audience the legendary Dr. Philip Kotler. Fellow members, please join me in giving our guest the most cordial of welcomes. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for this fine introduction. And I happen to be a longtime friend of India. I admire its civilization and its history and its great people. I have many personal friends who are from India and who have influenced my thoughts and direction. For example, my dean at the Northwestern University Kellogg School of Management was Deepak Jain. Deepak was a beloved, is a beloved mover and shaker. And Deepak has helped so many other universities throughout the world with his wisdom. I work very often with Jagdish Sheth, who has opened up so many new ideas in his 30 or so books, and everything being exciting about what he does. I recently met V. Kumar. V. Kumar wrote a book that I think is the best guide to digital marketing, and it is called the Intelligent Marketer, something like that, V. Kumar. So I find that although I'm supposed to share my knowledge, I'm as interested in continuous learning. We call that lifetime learning. When anyone stops learning, they stop living. So it's really a decision about what kind of life you want to lead. Now, I want to go to my talk because there's so much to say about how marketing operates and how influential it is in the affairs of human beings. Now, I'm going to start by clicking on my slides. Let me see if we can do that. And let me open
Yes,
this
sir,
up better.
It's this.
Okay, but I want to do it this way. Okay. This is just a opening to show, by the way, that picture of me was probably taken in Russia because I see a little writing like that on the upper left. But these two books have been very important. They were both written in the last few years. And I'm going to say, what is marketing 5.0? Was there a 4.0, 3.0? What does that mean? Well, I will explain that. And the latest book is H2H marketing. But what does H mean? We call it human to human marketing. That's what it's about. Don't say it's about a producer and a consumer and a wholesaler and a retailer. It's about people. It's about people working with other people for the mutual advantage, I would hope. So let me move on. I was asked to talk about where was marketing in the past, where is it today, where will it be in the future? And that means a little history is important. So the concept of marketing is a new one, by the way, because the concept of markets is really the starting point. Markets has been a concept in human civilization when you start seeing that we move from the stage of being hunters and we move to the stage of being growers and agricultural people. And when we began to grow crops and exceeded the number we needed to consume personally, we went and displayed our crops by just sitting on the road with some things that are in surplus and offering it to buyers if they would give us something back for that. And in fact, the original markets were bartered markets to a large extent of exchanging something for something else. So the concept of exchange is key to marketing because it's a peaceful kind of idea. It's not grabbing someone else's property and making it your own, holding up a gun to someone to get something. It's peaceful, it's voluntary. People agree that they're both better off by the exchange. Now, when did marketing appear? It began as a word used in the title of some textbooks back in the beginning of the 20th century, 1905, 1910. And actually, these textbooks were written not by anyone called a marketer. There was not a subject being taught called marketing, but these were economists who were unhappy with the state of economic theory. They wondered, why don't economists talk about salespeople? Aren't they part of the economy? What about advertising, promotion? Is it only about price? The economists only talk about price, price, price. So they started to write books, and these books had new material for economics. Unfortunately, even today, many economists do not recognize marketing as an economic subject, as an intrinsic core economic subject. But in any case, the books came out, and now I'm going to move on to the way people who were marketers, scholars, studied the subject of marketing. Some of them were mostly interested in looking at a commodity. I mean, wheat. What's the history of wheat? What's the history of coffee? What stages did that commodity go through? Some others felt, no, they wanted to study the functions involved in marketing, like who are the buyers? Who are the sellers? What is selling like? What is storing like when you store something to sell later? Advertising. Another group thought, no, let's look at the institutions, the middlemen, the importers, the exporters, the insurance companies, and so on. And some marketers wanted to just think of the whole system and the linkages between sales, production, finance. And then finally, a group, and I was one of those, who felt that marketing is part of management, part of managing the sale of whatever you make and doing it intelligently and efficiently. So this is merely to show you that many people who are scholars in marketing have different approaches to their interest. In fact, marketing has gone through a lot of stages. It all began with a sort of being centered on a product. It could be something that people eat or drink, but the product was important. Later on, as we got more industrial, it was, what about a car? We are a car company. We are a health company. The product, and the product was all important. You wanted to make a good product and make it better than your competitors and their products. Now, later on, we began to have so much competition that the winners were those companies that were more concerned with the buyer, the customer. They said it's important to have a good product, but we have to design it for a target market, a group that really will be fascinated with what our offer is, and we will win the contest. So customer orientation came about, and now there's many systems for measuring how customer oriented is your company. In Australia, we have a good scholar named Chris Brown, who has a whole book about how to improve your customer orientation, how to know exactly how good it really is. But that was passed, that never dropped, but it moved on to branding. The concept of a brand, which was probably first appeared when you saw paintings and someone painted something and put his or her name on the painting. That was branding. It was Picasso. It was earlier than that. So many famous names: Michelangelo, Da Vinci. But people became brands too. But products became brands. And I recently wrote a book called Brand Activism, which I will get to. It's a new idea for what a brand really is supposed to do and be. And then a revolution occurred in marketing, and that is the digital revolution. And it has changed so many of the traditions and older practices of marketing. And no company can manage to survive if it doesn't go digital in part or in whole. I will say more about that. And no company is going to survive if it doesn't care about the common good, if it doesn't care about hunger and problems of unequal income and wealth. So societal values, societal problems have to be factored into the work of marketers too. So where is your company now? I hope you've moved through these stages, and I'll say more about it. I go back to Peter Drucker in a lot of my thinking. To me, he was the ultimate humanist. Humanism is a philosophy that doesn't draw on particular religions or traditions or myths or anything like that. It just talks about people finding a way, a style of life where they can be adapted very well to nature and to the opportunities that are presented to them. Drucker said many things that we want to remember. He said that the corporation, the modern corporation, is in trouble because it is seen increasingly by more and more people as deeply at odds with basic needs and basic values of society and community. And some of you know that I moved not away from marketing, but from marketing to an interest in two systems, the systems we all live under, or many people do in this world, the system of capitalism and the system of democracy. So I needed to understand those better because I didn't think they were performing as well as they should perform. And that's what Drucker was saying, where there's a question of the odds between the basic needs and values that people have and want and the way it's actually being performed. Is capitalism a gift to people, making their lives better? Yes, certain people have brilliant lives, lots of money, lots of goods, but the question is how many? And isn't it shameful if anyone goes hungry in the world at any point in time? So Drucker spent his life looking at how he, as the father of modern management, and he didn't name that himself, but he was seen as the father of modern management, wanted to make companies, those who sell things, much more generous and smart about the needs that they are meeting and how to do a good job of doing that. And then he pointed out two functions of the several functions taught in business schools, but two of them that are the most important. And he called them marketing and innovation. Those two produce the results. All the rest are costs. By the way, that angered a lot of people. The finance people felt, hey, he's saying we're not that important. And the production people were not happy. Well, they're all important, but if you don't do your innovation, your firm dies. And if you don't know how to market your innovations, the firm dies. And that was what he said. And he said the purpose of a company is not to make profits. He didn't deny that. He simply said, but the real purpose is to create customers. Without customers, you have no profits. And he reminded us, therefore, of the customer orientation. The aim of marketing is to know and understand the customer so well that the product or service fits and sells itself. Do you know that all this clamor to get a product sold would be not necessary if you created something that people immediately see and want and line up to buy? The aim of great marketing is to create something that was not there And when people find out about it, they want, all you need are not salesmen, you need only order takers, because the people are there to buy. They want that new car or whatever else gets their attention. That's the high aim of marketing. Peter said the best way to predict the future is to create it. So don't say that it's made for you and you should be a fatalist and just adapt to it. You can help make the future what it should be. And if the gods wanted to destroy you, they would give you 20 years of success. Very interesting, because a lot of the real problem of a failing organization is that it went on too long with what made it great and didn't notice that the world changed in the meantime. And so success is a blinder if you only depend on success. I urge you all to go back to reading any of Drucker's writings, because they are fresh forever. So I mentioned a recent book called Marketing 5.0. Actually, that means that marketing has gone through stages, as I pointed out, other stages, but there was never a book written by me or anyone called 1.0, 2.0. However, we did write Marketing 3.0. And the reason we wrote it, we said that a company can practice marketing just as a function. I make a product and I'm going to find a way to sell it. Very functional. That would be 1.0. There's no dressing, there's no pizzazz, there's nothing very emotional or enticing about it. You just make your product and you go out and sell it. That's 1.0 if it existed. And there are many companies still thinking that way. All we have to do is make a product and tell people about it. Then we got to realize that emotions really guide and really run decision-making. In fact, we're not really totally rational human beings. We wish we would be, some of us, but we know that would be limited. The fact is that when we make a decision, maybe 90% of it was emotionally influenced and driven. Let's say the decision had some risks. Of course, your attitude toward risk affects what your judgment. So the recognition that when you're going to sell something, it should trigger emotions too, and you should be aware of what they are in the buyer and adapt. And then this book 3.0 went to another level and said, but really isn't the whole thing about creating meeting needs, creating offers that really make the lives of people better? That 3.0 is the well-being of people as the center of why we are engaged in our marketing activity. So all in one book, we did 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. We did write 4.0 because that was the time that the revolution, the digital revolution, began to impact on all of our thinking. And the question was, do we give up all of our traditional approaches to advertising and promotion, or do we use some of it? But we must, of course, start selling online too. The whole online world is before us. And so it could have, and 4.0 wraps up all of the impact of the digital revolution. Why did we write 5.0? Because we recognize that the digital has led to many other new technologies that I will go over with you shortly, and that they have to be in one place where you could see that so many new things are tools for the marketing group to work with. So let's move on. The whole field of marketing has some major tenets, and I'm just reminding you that we look and center on buyer needs, not on product, being product centered. We use a set of tools, which we sometimes call the 4 Ps, that any marketing plan should at least address: product, what's it like; price, place, where will the product be found; and promotion. Now, all of those get more elaborated, like when we say product, of course, it includes service and packaging. We don't need another P for packaging because products may be put in a package and so on. And products are accompanied by services. So that's why they were not explicit. And promotion, there were different forms of promotion that could be spelled out and so on. Anyways, we did get into a mindset called the STP mindset, that a market consists of many people. They are different types of people. We can create and recognize segments. We can't serve everyone. Any company is limited in its resources and its objectives. So we choose a segment, we understand it well, and we target the people in that segment with our offers. And then we have a statement about who we are and why they should buy from us. We position ourselves against our competition. And all of that is done with a marketing process that I'd like to summarize as shown. It all starts with what? This is so important. People forget it. If you're going to start a business, the first thing you must do is MR, marketing research. You've got to see if there's any reason to really go after that market. Who are the buyers? What do they want? Can they get it from someone else? So marketing research is the foundation, the beginning. And there are many techniques there, but it must lead to STP, that we've chosen a segment, a target, and position. And then we go ahead and do our total marketing plan for the target market. We have, as part of that, a VP, a value proposition, which is a simple statement of what we offer to you as a buyer. And we are very careful in crafting our value proposition. And and then we get to the marketing plan with all the details. And then we implement the marketing plan. And hopefully we did well. So we have to have controls. We have to have key metrics that we measure to see if we're achieving our objectives. And by the way, everything goes backwards too. Namely, if we launched a product and it's not doing well, we better go backwards. Was it a problem of the wrong metrics? Or was it a problem of poor implementation? No, it wasn't that. Well, maybe it was a poor marketing plan. It missed some things in the plan. Maybe the value proposition wasn't very clear and confusing. Maybe we chose the wrong target market, the wrong segment. We had very poor marketing research. Do you understand how it's very iterative, this whole system? Well, let's move on. Let's talk about real marketing and three different views. One view might be, sure, I'm a company and I practice marketing because look at me, I have a sales force, I do advertising, pricing, and promotion. Now, a newer view of marketing is, I as a company say, my job really is to be able to create, communicate, and deliver superior value. That's the key word, value, superior value, not value as I see it, but the value as the consumer will see it, to a target market at a profit, if you want to add that, or at some other goal, the well-being of the customers or whatever else. A nonprofit is not going to be saying, I'm doing this for profit, but I'm doing this to make a better world. So that view is the one I normally put forward: to create, communicate, and deliver superior value. CCDV would be the idea. And the latest view is that marketing is the business discipline driving profitable and responsible company growth. I mean, from a company point of view, it should be the business discipline to drive profitable and responsible company growth. So I want to put on one slide many of the newer ways we're looking at today's field of marketing. I hope if you work for a company or if you're a student planning to go into marketing, you pay attention to the concept of the customer journey. And you can visualize it this way. Let's say you're part of a company that makes automobiles and you have dealers who will sell the cars. And a dealer sits in his dealership waiting for customers. And one walks in. Somehow that is a potential buyer who came to this dealer. How did he get there? Well, that's a whole story. It would be important to know that. Actually, if the person actually sees the car, ends up buying it from you, please find out, how did it all start? Because that's the key. What were the touch points on the journey? Was it, when did he or she decide they needed a car? Did their car break down? Did they come into some money? What did they do? Did they end up going to every dealership? No, they didn't. What ads did they see? Which ones moved them? Who do they speak to among their friends about cars? So what was the customer journey? So put together a lot of information on customer journey and touch points. And the main point there is, make it easy for potential customers to find it very easy to become aware of you, interested in your company, and ready to go and see the product. Now let's move to personas marketing. And we tell our students, we sometimes create fictional people to understand better the target customer. It is one thing to say, well, the target customer wants a skincare product. Well, but is it a woman or a man? How old is she if it's a woman? Well, she's 35 to 50. Oh, you mean they use skincare products? Okay, can we call her Lucy? All right, Lucy, and say some more things about Lucy. Why are we doing this? Because we want the copywriters and the advertising people to have a concrete picture of a person that they understand so well that they can know how to communicate. What are the words and messages that will really connect well with this kind of person? So we do a lot of work with developing archetypal people and so on. Content marketing is the idea that we're always feeding content to the market we are serving. And we ought to not make all the content high selling content. You know, some companies say every time you make a communication, splash our name there and sell. You shout about your product. Well, there's a whole set of other things that could engage the customer's interest. Listen, what if your customer loves cricket as a game? And it has nothing to do with the fact I'm a car dealer, but I know he loves cricket. I just saw a beautiful article about a cricket play that took place. I'm going to send it to him. Well, you're thinking of him. That's good. He probably will write you back. Hey, it was I had missed that article. Thanks for thinking of sending it to me. You can warm up a relationship and connect with more people because you're interested in what they're interested in, and content that you develop is of interest to them. Now, a new thing that's happening in marketing is influencer marketing. And the idea there is, in the online world now, some people have great followings. Well, it all started with Facebook in a sense, because on Facebook, you actually went and displayed yourself, and you also wanted to meet other people. And you take some of our famous singers or athletes and so on, they have so many people watching what they're doing, what they're drinking, eating. So some of those influencers are being, let's say, Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan is respected around the world. He won, surprisingly, a Nobel Prize for literature. And so many people follow him. And if we see that Bob Dylan is drinking Pepsi-Cola, not Coca-Cola, just when we see a video of him, that was very helpful to Pepsi-Cola. Now, did Dylan say that he's going to, if they pay him some money, he will be shown drinking Pepsi-Cola? No, we don't know about that. But a lot of high visibles, we call these people with high fame and followers, fans, huge fans, are beginning to want money from those marketers whose products they will display, and some companies are regretfully paying for influence of that kind. We can have a whole debate about that. Omnichannel marketing, pay attention to it. There's so many. Whoever thought that you would go to a gas station to buy your food? Well, gas stations have evolved from just selling gas to being places on the quick you can get your food needs met. So what are some of the possible channels for growing and developing the availability of our product? Lean marketing, very interesting idea about, if you're an entrepreneur, and we hope everyone is in some ways to some extent, that you start by making a simple picture of what you're trying to sell, and you show that picture to some people. It's maybe a cartoon, it's a little drawing, and they might say, I'm not interested in that. Or some will say, I'm very interested, but I think it ought to be better. You sort of iterate. You don't take 3 years to make a perfect product. You do it iteratively. You start it, you get feedback, you improve it. So you should read about lean marketing, and Eric Ries has written about that. And social cause marketing is that we could even use the 4 Ps to help people stop smoking if they want to stop smoking, to avoid drugs if possible, to do a better job with COVID. I mean, COVID today requires not being exposed to the disease by wearing a mask and keeping social distance and being vaccinated. And who would ever expect people to appear who don't want to be vaccinated and saved from getting killed by COVID? Well, that's one of the biggest issues now in social cause marketing. How do we get more people to wear a mask and to accept vaccination? Whoever thought that would be a problem? And so on and so forth. Now, design and service dominant logic is coming into visibility. Design thinking, in this book, H2H Marketing, we do a lot of talking about that marketing must rely on design thinking in all of its manifestations. And we also talk about service, that most products are really not products, they are the systems for delivering a service. I mean, when someone, take this example, it was a Harvard professor talked about milkshakes. He says, how come if someone is going to drive a long distance to get to his job, and he has a car, he could, before he starts out, he could make a stop at a place and buy a coffee, or he can buy some candy bar, or he can buy a milkshake. What's he likely to do? And the point he made with that example is, well, if it's a bar, that bar, this is a 1.5 hour drive. He'll be finished with the candy bar in no time, and that's not going to entertain or occupy his attention, unfortunately. Coffee will be gone in about 10 minutes, but a good milkshake, a thick milkshake, for an hour or so, he'll be busy drinking that and driving. So the idea being, it isn't the product, it's what is the purpose of the service or the product? What is the service delivered by the product? And for the driver, it's an hour of enjoying a good drink called a milkshake. Okay, now I said I'm going to talk about some of these new technologies that really are covered in our 5.0 book. I'm going to be very brief. I should call this 3D printing, but there is a 5D printing as well. We're all going to be working with those machines to develop parts. We'll actually be building homes using 3D or 5D printing. 5D came up because a lot of times when you create a component using 3D, it's too weak to last under the pressure where it's going to be put into a bigger unit that has a lot of pressure on it. So you need a more sophisticated form of printing something as a component. AI, we could talk forever about AI, but the focus on the idea of algorithms. Algorithms will run our lives. I hope they're good ones. They're not biased and so on. What it means is this: if every college will move toward having an algorithm to be used to decide which students to accept. Namely, in the old days, the students were accepted based on a meeting with each one who wanted to come to the college. And then in the mind of this very experienced administrator, he or she might say, "Oh, that student seems good to me. We should accept them." But you know, what makes a really good student is something you can study by looking back at your previous students and figuring out and doing what we call a machine learning. From all the past data, you can find out what were the variables that were tied to the best students that you had accepted in the past. And you build an algorithm which you use, you put in, here's a new student that is applying to your school. You put in the data of that student into the algorithm and it gives you the following. Yes, accept the student. No, do not accept that applicant. Maybe you need even more information before we the algorithm can decide. In other words, you're entrusting the decision now to a more scientific way to judge good versus bad applicants. Now, the same thing goes on in banks. Should I make a loan? Now, there are some good bankers who have so much experience in knowing whether to make that loan, but more banks are depending now on algorithms to make the decision based on factors that were correlated to very good loans in the past. And digital and social media, you know, all of you are using that. Voice recognition is increasingly important, using the voice in the marketing. What, after all, is Siri like, or Alexa, where these fictional people can answer any question we might have. And so I could be in the supermarket and I see a new product and I might see there's an opportunity to do a chat. It's called a chat bot. And I can say, tell me, how much do you cost? Can I get delivery to a far away destination? You can put questions in the chat bot and your voice will be answered by that voice. Facial recognition is getting much more interesting now to people, and they think that the face reveals a lot of emotion and so on, and work is going on there. Well, the idea there was normally you can tell what a person's state of mind is by their face, whether they are in a happy state or a depressed state and so on and so forth. But a lot of it has to do with gathering big data and machine learning. And robotics, we have to welcome robots in our lives. assume that they will be partners, that a human and a robot together, working together, can do more than the human alone, but that the robot won't take over and have a consciousness of its own. That's for science fiction to speculate on. And I mentioned chatbots. And I love the use of virtual reality and augmented reality, where you actually can create a new product and show it to people as if it really exists. You could even make the factory exist and show how it's being produced if you want. But it's not there. You've never put a dime into actually building a factory or making the product, but it looks like it exists. And then you can get consumers to tell you if they would buy that product, that they have interest, and so on. Blockchains and digital money is a whole new development. And I won't comment further, but pay attention to that. Pay attention to the whole sensory world, the use of chips to actually, let's say, let's say I work every day and take the same elevator to the 3rd floor. Why doesn't the elevator know who I am? Why do I have to press a button? I just walked in, and it should know enough about me to move to the 3rd floor. Or we may think of that as the door to our home. As I walk toward the door, it just opens for me, or my car door opens. The world of, that we call that the whole world gets intelligent. Marketing automation is a goal where, here's the problem. Marketing developments go on day and night, but everyone has to sleep 8 hours or more a night. So do you mean to say we can shut off our marketing activities because we have to go to sleep in the evening? No, can't we put together intelligent programs that if they spot that the competitor, while we were asleep, lowered his price by X, the intelligent program knows that it should lower our price by Y in retaliation. So can we automate a lot of operations that are responses to things that might happen in the marketplace when either we're awake or asleep? What about drones? Can they help in our marketing effort? Well, I thought I heard Amazon is playing around with the idea of delivery by drones. So in other words, Amazon has always thought that it wants 0 time for delivery. Was to get close to 0 time, the moment the order comes in, a drone goes to and drops the product off on the doorsteps of the person ordering it. So all these things, biometrics and neuroscience, are very important. And we have on our faculty at Northwestern a terrific neuroscientist who can work with companies too to help understand whether some message we might send out to our potential consumers would just be flat and not do anything to the receiver of the message, or would have a real buzz. The neuroscientist samples the messages by having some volunteers put on their head brain measurement tools, brain scanners. And we can then trace the brain waves to see if there's been any blip and anything about the message, any word in the message, any point made by the message that caused some blip to happen, which means some excitement, whether it was positive or negative. We can find out afterwards by asking the person what they might remember about why something moved them. But I think neuroscience has another level of understanding our customers. Now, I'm going to take a few minutes to say a few things now. The book, Firms of Endearment, I would like you to look at that book, because the group, actually, you may know Sisodia, Raj, and Jagdish Sheth are the authors, and two wonderful, brilliant marketing scientists. They said, let's find out what companies in America people are the happiest with, that make those companies make people happy. In fact, people would be sad if Coca-Cola disappeared, if any company of those disappeared. So they studied these 25 companies that people really find dear, and found that all 25 were very profitable. In fact, there was a 9-to-1 ratio over competitors of these companies in the performance of these happy creating companies. And the characteristics of these companies, the employees were more motivated and happy, customers were more loyal, there was more innovation going on, and they all paid attention to the environment. So what was important is the following. What were the characteristics of these greatly successful companies? Now, the reason I love this list is because I want, if you work at a company now, see how well it measures to these 8 traits. I hope all of them are present in the company you're working for. In other words, your company should not only be about the shareholders, the ones who gave some money to the company, but the stakeholders, the employees, the communities, the suppliers who work with you, the distributors, the wholesalers. In other words, you're supposed to be satisfying, not making profits for one person called a shareholder, but benefits. Your company exists to create a better life for all the stakeholders. And the salaries paid to the top people should be relatively modest, not 300 times what the average worker makes, which is a number in the United States. You know, when Peter Drucker wrote his first book, he said 20 times the owner of the company should be modest, get 20 times as much as the average worker in the company. Well, it's gone up, too much. I'm not saying it should be 20, maybe it should be 100, but not 300. These companies operate an open door policy. Anyone can see the boss. It's interesting that anyone can see the boss if they have something important to say. The compensation is very good, more than paid by the competitors. The employee training is longer, and the employees stay longer with the company. And the company seeks people who are passionate about customers and satisfying customers, and good suppliers, true partners who want to improve the profits, not only their own profits, but the profits of the companies that they are supplying. And they believe that corporate culture is key and the greatest asset to build a good, strong corporate culture. And the surprising thing is that these companies don't spend that much in marketing. Why? Because their customers do the marketing. They've so satisfied their customers that their customers are talking about the car they just bought, how great it is, and so on and so forth. And remember, any recommendation that comes from a customer is worth more than any ad that came from an advertising company. And so I mentioned that we've been busy thinking about the responsibilities of companies. And my first book studied 45 companies that all had done a good job of corporate social responsibility. But the latest book, Brand Activism, has to do with your brand should reveal your values as a company. In other words, yes, your brand is going to tell me what you make and its price and so on. But what are you really like as a company? Am I comfortable buying from a company like yours? Do you care? Are you environmental in any way? If you're not environmental, that's bad, because we're facing a world of floods and fires and deserts and so on. And we have to be environmental. Do you care about hunger and people who are poor? So the brand has to demonstrate more about your purpose and your existence as a company. Now, this may be a good summary at this point, because you're either an old type company or a new type company. When you're an old type company, your purpose is profits. Your environmental concern is kind of moderate. You probably talk about it more than doing much about it. And you don't have any social concerns. And in my country, you're probably a Republican kind of philosophy, political philosophy, which is minimal government. People must make their own decisions. They shouldn't be taken care of in any way, and so on. A new company, the purpose, well-being of all, well-being of the stakeholders, and of all, really. Environmental concerns, everything is thought through. Everything that the company buys, the packaging, what it does with the packaging, what it does with the product when the product is over, it is totally environmental. And socially, the company is one that has a lot of concern about helping people. So that puts that together. Now, I won't go into this, but I will just say that Paul Pullman, who ran the Unilever company, to me was the ideal CEO. He even did this. He said, I have not only one stakeholder, the consumers, but I have 7 stakeholders. And one of my stakeholders is the planet. And by the way, the 7th and least important stakeholder is the shareholder who supplied some money. He's not dismissing them. He's just saying that he's stakeholder oriented. And he said that in developing his plan for the company, that he was going to double his profits, cut in half the environmental impact, and triple its social impact. And his company grew from 38 billion to 60 billion during his 10 years of management. And the whole idea was thought through about being more than just a old-fashioned company that makes money. I won't say more about that. There's a fellow who runs a company called Best Buy, who has done a marvelous job with that company. It sells electronics, but he says, define your business around purpose and humanity. Yes, make sure you do that. Stakeholder capitalism, not shareholder capitalism. Make a difference to the people you're working with around you and who you work with through your connections to other people, and hope that they make a difference to other people in the world, and so on. So I'll skip that. And let me end my talk by talking about marketing in the future to remind you of some things. Consumers will be able to select in the future the best brands without resorting to the brand's advertising and salespeople. That is more of the consumers have so much information at their fingertips about anything they want to buy that they will learn what you really like as a supplier without all your advertising and all your boasting. Marketing success will depend mostly on smart pricing and owning strong channel positions in the future. Marketing creativity will be crucial in carrying on experiential marketing. That is, engagement with your customers will require, even getting a woman to go to your dress shop when she could actually see whatever you make online. Why, my wife in my own family, she rarely goes to stores. COVID, of course, has been a problem, but rarely stores. She buys everything online. So if you're running a store, how do you get people to come to your store when they can see what you've got without going to your store? That's the need for creativity. Marketers will make more use of customer journey mapping, touchpoint marketing, personas, content, and influencers. Marketers will increase their use of virtual reality to deliver better product understanding to their prospects. And marketers will make greater use of neural networking. You remember I mentioned these specialists who know how the brain works. So the brain is increasingly being studied, of course, by marketers and by scientists to identify the best stimuli. And marketers will use predictive analytics and machine learning to identify and be more successful converting to the best prospects. I usually end with this kind of statement. Within the next 5 years, you better pay attention to a lot of these things or you're going to be out of business. I'm being blocked a little by my own screen, but if you want to be a success in business, be a lifetime learner and watch the world and see where it's going, and don't move too fast ahead of it, but certainly don't move too slow and ignore it. Thank you very much. These are my ideas on the field of marketing, and I hope you've taken notes if you've had interest in some of these things and you do some follow-up yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an engaging discussion and enriching us with your wonderful thoughts and innovative ideas of marketing. With your kind permission, can we take some questions from our participants, sir?
Yes, by all means.
Sure, sir. We have lots of questions, but looking at the paucity of time, few only I'll take. I have a question from Dr. P. Perisamy. How US marketing management will match the other countries' marketing management? As an author, how would you differentiate in this pandemic era? Your insights, please.
Yes, well, it sounds like there's a couple of issues in that question. The COVID problem too is a very big one, and you almost learn something about countries by seeing how well they've coped. I was even interested in possibly giving a Kotler Prize to the woman who is the Prime Minister of New Zealand, just simply based on the intelligent way she handled the COVID problem and kept people safe, and the awful way the US, under Trump particularly, neglected the problem. We had an idiot for a leader, an egotistical idiot. But each country, if behind that question is the question of which countries are the smartest about marketing and so on, and I would say that marketing has, the question really is the way I have presented marketing the only way to think of marketing? I keep waiting for someone to come along who says, you know, what Kotler said was valuable and useful at the time, but there's a whole different approach. And Kotler is obsolete now. I would welcome that. I would welcome the idea that someone is much smarter about creating well-being in the world than our system seems to be. I'll take another question, please.
Sure, sir. Another question is from Dr. Sarvana Kumar. Can you give us some tips of tourism and hospitality marketing in the post-COVID pandemic scenario?
Wow, yes, because among the industries hurt by the COVID have been industries that bring people together. Look at the movie houses where we always sat, and that was a relief from our work day life. We could watch a good movie with others. Look at the hotels that people stopped going to. But one second. I'm on the air. Okay. Sorry about that. So the hospitality industry, you know, we're doing a new edition of our book on hospitality marketing. It's really hospitality and tourism. So we know COVID really cut down tourism completely, right? Like I couldn't go to Canada, our neighbor, because I would bring, not me, but we could bring COVID to the Canadians. Now, just recently, the door opened a bit, but hotels were actually being used for homeless people or other purposes, just to have something to do. And now with post-COVID, the hotels have to get back, and getting back, did they have good hospitality practices at the beginning? I mean, those that never had those good hospitality practices are going to be very slow at getting back and satisfying anyone. This is an opportunity to revise your whole view of the hotel and what makes a fine experience in a hotel setting. Any other question?
Thank you, sir. One more question I'll take, because we have a little more for you from our faculty members. This is the one last question I'll take, and then I'll move for next segment. Do you think pharmaceutical marketing should become more patient-centric rather than product-centric? And does that necessitate direct-to-consumer promotion of prescription of medicines?
Yeah, there's a lot of criticism of pharmaceutical marketers, deservedly too. In fact, we've had some very bad episodes of some pharmaceuticals getting people hooked on something and continuously needing that you know, addictive problems and so on. Produced a big crisis in the United States. But trust is essential in pharmaceutical marketing. When it came to even having an injection of the vaccine, we had offers from 3 different firms. Which one do we trust if we had a choice of which vaccine to use? How do we know that profits are the minor part of that pharmaceutical company's interests? It's doing wonders for the world and improving health. So pharmaceutical marketers, I work a lot with Merck and Pfizer. They're very fine firms. I know some of your Indian firms as well. We end up taking pills. Where were the pills made? Well, India is a very big producer of pills for people around the world. We hope that Indian pharmaceutical firms are doing their best to control for care and service. And actually, India has been fantastic in its what it has done in many kinds of surgeries too. I mean, the whole healthcare industry in India has developed some interesting ways to help people who got blind from blind sickness or this or that. Well, I don't want to go off the tangent, except to say that India has a very big role to play in the world health scene, but it must be accompanied by trust and good, dependable, understanding actually us as consumers and what we care about when we are about to take a pill or face a medical situation. Well, those are all wonderful questions. The questions were better than my answers, but they are something for me to think about. So
Thank you, sir.
I'm very impressed with your people at the university. And
Thank you, sir, for clarifying our participants' queries and quenching our thirst for knowledge with your intellectual views. Here I
Okay.
invite our fellow members to convey their heartfelt emotions on what Dr. Kotler means to all of us.
What God means to his devotees, what a guru means to his disciples, what light means to the darkness, that is what Dr. Kotler means to the meditator in me.
Someone is sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree long time ago. When it comes to the world of marketing, we get inspired by the legend who planted the seeds of modern marketing. Dr. Philip Kotler, to me, is the inventor, creator, and preserver of contemporary marketing.
Thank you.
I must admit, in Dr. Kotler's words, I have learned, experienced, and practiced marketing. To say Dr. Kotler is only an author in marketing is an understatement, according to me, because for me, Dr. Kotler is a university in himself.
Dr. Philip Kotler is an epitome of knowledge, awareness, and empathy, a benevolent teacher who has bestowed the world with the invaluable treasure called marketing.
It's a moment of euphoria and delight for our esteemed director, Dr. Dinesh Neelkant, who has been a great fan of yours. Now, I would like to take a moment and invite Sir, let's hear from him what Dr. Kotler means to him.
So for me, Dr. Philip Kotler means he provides values and solutions to the world of marketing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now,
And I'm going to put my hand up this way too, because I want to share the idea that this is the way we respect other people. We don't do it by holding their hands in an age of COVID. We do it by the Asian way, actually, of acknowledging their presence and their importance and their dignity. So I thank all of you for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your precious time and making this dream of interacting with you live a reality to all of us. Here, I invite our HOD, Professor Sunita BK, to deliver vote of thanks to Dr. Kotler.
Thank you, Dr. Varsha. Don't stop chasing your dream because dreams do come true, said Sachin Tendulkar. Dear sir, this sums up our dream to host you. On behalf of Center for Management Studies, Jain deemed to be University, I convey my heartfelt gratitude to you for accepting our invitation and giving us your valuable time and consideration in spite of your packed schedule. Dr. Kotler, your presence is an enlightening learning journey, not just for us, but for the thousands of people watching us live across the globe. It has been an absolute privilege and honor to host you. Your presence today in the session materializes our motto of our institution, performance is reality. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll say goodbye, and I send my best wishes to Jane and your university and all of India. Thank you.
Great.
Thank
sir.
you so much.
It's extraordinary.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
As the entire ambience is filled with the glorious presence of Dr. Kotler, I wish to thank all our dignitaries for this immense support to make this event happen. Once again, a very warm welcome to all our participants for joining us from over 90 countries. We are extremely thankful to all of you for your continuous presence. Dear all, before we begin with the panel discussion, let me take you through the journey of Research Summit for last 8 days. We had with us renowned speakers, apprising us with their intellect on a variety of topics. And I'm sure you would have taken a lot back from those sessions. Now we will have a short video of the same journey.
have more than 80,000 participants attending this event from more than 90 countries. Can we use gross national happiness instead of GDP in least developed countries, as it includes ethical values and good governance? The question is in reference to the rampant increase in corruption in some LDC and developing countries like India, Brazil, and Bangladesh.
Yeah, GDP definitely is not the measure of happiness.
All at J.M. Smith that we were supposed to be a good supplier to our customers, be a good customer to our suppliers, be a good employer to our employees, be a good citizen of our community. This conference and in everything that the Jan Center and its associates are doing.
So your knowledge is your wealth, your intelligence is your wealth, your personality is your wealth, that is your dollar. You say, I started with $1 in my pocket, school dropout, 8th standard, but I am here in front of you with 1 lakh students, with the campuses across the country, 1 million students. And before I started in education, I already created 3,500 entrepreneurs.
Leading from behind is also the best position to develop future leaders. From here, one can see who is most effective at handling obstacles and also influencing the rest of the team for better and worse. While building a compelling case for gender diversity, advancing women leadership in the workplace should consider all these dimensions. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be invited at the International Research Summit AVLOKAN. The literal meaning of AVLOKAN is the art of self-realization.
If you complete this cycle, it becomes a very sustainable model, wherein there is no shortage of resources for conducting further research if you make it applied. And I must reiterate that I do not undermine the importance of fundamental research or purely academic research. This needs to be kept in mind as far as research as an activity is concerned for academic institutions. Now, being such a patient, students, particularly you all, I don't have enough words to thank you for what you have put out. I think all attention of the university is keeping you all in mind, and you will be the ultimate beneficiary of whatever you are trying to do.
Thing is to redesign the banking system so that they are devoted to do the work of the whole bank, not just tiny window in the conventional banks.
The bank in Bangalore is doing very well for the poor, and is doing very well in
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
It's at 6,000 crore level they have reached, Grameen. It's all your Professor Mohammed Yunus. And they have been effectively doing it for the poor, and poor is becoming better and better. Even if a vegetable vendor is there, he's able to earn 5 lakh rupees a year and pay his fees for his children. So your philosophy is working across the world.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that.
So the next decade is about 7 Ds. Disease is not going away so easily. So I cannot predict what will happen, but yes, I do see it is causing the digital divide between rich and poor. But at the same time, you see, with respect to my previous answer as well, that these technologies are making field level for every.
Skills and network. So skills plus network is success. Only success in networking is not in finding the right person, but in becoming the right person. True value of networking lies in helping others. Now,
regarding introverts and the connect with networking, I just wanted to say that a lot of people who are actually introverts and they feel hesitant regarding networking. They feel like that it is not for me. But I think your talk has definitely motivated them, and I think now they can go ahead with it.
Our weaknesses represent our greatest opportunities for development. Plant many seeds, and not all of them actually grow up to be a fully nurtured plant. Some of them do, right? So you expose them to many things, and you take a step back and you start seeing where they're flourishing and kind of build a theme around it, right? There's a theme around like a pool of talents which are around that theme. Start identifying and observing that theme. And as parents and as role models, just nurture, just provide the nurturing, giving them that opportunities, and they will thrive. They'll just do what best they can do.
For all the people who are yet to start their corporate jobs, who are yet to start their entrepreneurship journey, my dear friend, this is going to happen with you also. Unless and until you understand that the funnel that needs to be inverted. Okay, so in today's dynamic market, in today's global market, it all begins with networking and building the relationship.
So the bad comes with the good, as I pointed out in so many of the examples.
How do we differentiate ethical, moral, and legal behaviors in our course of achieving our life goals? Don't the three behaviors overlap and create confusion in the process of achieving our goals of life?
The severity of the bad, number one, and ease of implementation, the other thing. Now,
This is the overview of the incredible journey by now we were set to for AVLOKAN. And today, on day 9 of Research Summit, we reach to the destination of this intellectual pathway, exploring the best on earth with a session by Dr. Philip Kotler, father of modern marketing, and the upcoming discussion by our esteemed panelist. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Sayyeda Shifa to apprise us with the theme of panel discussion. Over to Ms. Shifa.
Thank you, Dr. Shiva. The global pandemic has revealed weaknesses and strengths in our socioeconomic systems. The impact has created a global recession with innumerable people losing their jobs and businesses losing their existence. As we move forward to rebuild our economy, it is crucial to make it sustainable, inclusive, and resilient as possible. At the time of this unprecedented crisis and uncertainty, business leaders are exposed to conflicting challenges and prompt decision-making based on limited information, while anticipating future opportunities to increase business sustainability in current scenarios. Leaders need to maintain a crucial balance to protect business performances on one hand and reassure employees and customers on the other. This demands empathy, compassion, and mutual trust building among the leaders and their team members. The panel discussion will edify participants and delegates to explore and redefine the leadership potential and develop a deeper understanding of how they can make positive contribution in the world. The discussion will strive to integrate and link the society, economy, education, and environment to create a forum for aspiring the profusion of sustainable, ethical perspectives that are crucial for management, business, and research endeavors. Now it's time to introduce our esteemed panelists. Over to Professor Baisakhi.
We are still thrilled with the aura of Dr. Kotler, and with the same pace of excitement, let's move to our panel discussion. And I feel honored to invite our first panelist, Dr. John Lipinski. Dr. Lipinski is the professor, MBA program director, and co-director of the Excel Center for Entrepreneurial Excellence at Indiana University of Pennsylvania. He has also been associate professor at Middle Tennessee State University, director, School of Business at West Virginia Wesleyan, professor at Robert Morris University, and manager, new product development at Warner Lambert. He has done his Masters of Business Management from Stephen M. Ross School of Business, University of Michigan, and his doctorate from Joseph M. Cutts Graduate School of Business, University of Pittsburgh. Dear sir, I feel immensely pleased to welcome you. Thank you very much for your valuable presence.
Our second panelist is Ms. Mariana Goody. Ms. Goody is a Mexican education leader having a degree in marketing, a master in business administration, and a master in education. She is also trained by the Harvard Graduate School of Education in mindfulness for educators. She has worked for more than 16 years in the education field. She is the founder and director of Miraki, a social project on emotional education, which has been recognized as one of the best projects in Latin America by the Latin American Education Conference, both in 2018 and 2021 of the Harvard Graduate School. In addition, she is an education consultant and international speaker who has given several keynote presentations across the globe, including a TEDx talk. Ma'am, it's an absolute privilege. We extend a warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for accepting to be part of our panel discussion.
Our next panelist is Mr. Vinod Damlekar. Mr. Vinod is a trainer, researcher, multidisciplinary consultant, and management teacher. He has a postgraduate degree in business administration from University of Delhi and a doctorate in management psychology. He has over 4 decades of managerial and entrepreneurial experience in commerce and merchant banking, finance and financial services, information technology and management education. He has held a variety of senior positions as bank manager, professor, president, and director in different organizations. He has written a book and published papers on simulation games, marketing, finance, learning, and management psychology. His papers on simulation games were presented and published in various conferences. Mr. Vinod has developed simulation-based experimental learning games under the brand Mantis, being the only Indian member in the International Simulation and Gaming Association. It is an absolute privilege to welcome you, sir, as our esteemed panelist. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Our next panelist is Ms. Sasha E. Butler. Ms. Butler is the founder and CEO of the Center for Global Alliance and Leadership Expansion and Executive Director at Changing Destinations with 20 years of experience advocating for quality education, human rights, social justice, and economic development opportunities for women and youth. She is a member of the Harvard University think tank on global education and is serving a 2-year appointment leading the community-based intercultural competence working group at the World Council on Intercultural and Global Competence. Sasha's contribution has led to cross-cultural contribution opportunities with youth and young adult organizations in Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, and the United States. She is a presenter at national and international conferences and has been recognized by numerous organizations for her work, including Maryland's Top 100 Women nomination by the Daily Record, National Association of Professional Women, Women's Leadership Development Institute. And it's an absolute honor to have you, ma'am, as our esteemed panelist for the discussion. On this note, I would like to invite our HOD and Summit Advisor, Professor Sunita BK, the moderator for today's session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mithun. Dear panelists, it's an absolute privilege and honor to have all of you with us today. My heartfelt gratitude for accepting our invitation. Before we begin with the session, we would like to hear an opening statement. I think I will start with Dr. John. Dr. John, will you be kind enough to start with your open statement?
Oh, it's
opening statement. Sorry for
okay.
that.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being so generous to host me. It's challenging times, it's confusing times, but I think what we're seeing is companies that are leading with social responsibility are positioning themselves for doing well in whatever comes out of these, challenging, changing times. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. John. I would request Mariana, if you can give your opening statement.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and it's an honor for me and a privilege to be here with you. And I think these kind of webinars and spaces are very, very good for everyone, because right now we need to share the practices and we need to share them globally so we can have better practices in the everyday life and in the companies. And moral and ethics, I think, is the most important topic right now to talk about in leadership, because we're facing difficult and challenging times, and now we need more these kind of spaces to share about these important topics. And thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Mariana. Sasha, I would request you to give your opening statement.
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It is an honor and privilege to be here. Henry Ford said, coming together is a beginning. Working together is progress. Working together is also success. When we think about social responsibility from a leadership perspective, it is so important that we also remember the Sustainable Development Goals, number 17, that inspires us to partner together for the greater good. And I'm here today because I represent a segment of society, which is the next generation. And I encourage us to do more and invest more in them as we have opportunities to make a change in society. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. Mr. Vinod, thank you so much for accepting our invitation and being part of our summit. Sir, we would like you to give an opening statement on your thoughts on social responsibility.
Thank you. Good evening. Social responsibility, I think, goes far beyond our accepted official roles, wherever we are, as a business person or an employee or an employer or a leader of any kind. It admits and recognizes that we need to connect with the rest of the world. I don't mean the society around us or community around us, a few kilometers beyond us, but everybody anywhere else that we are there. And that connection is also recognizing the fact that our well-being depends on how safe and secure the rest of the community is. And it's important that we do everything possible that everybody else, the weaker section of society, are cared for. And therefore, in India, we have the Companies Act, which from 2013 or 14 has initiated and directed large companies with profits to do something specific in the area of social responsibility, which of course goes under the umbrella of CSR, that is corporate social responsibility. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Vinod. John, if I can start asking you a question. Is ethics a textbook definition in today's world, or a marketing prospect, or it really ethics matter for companies when they are selling anything to us, whether it's a product or a service?
Absolutely, because there's competition, and no company really exists outside of that competitive environment. And obviously the millennial generation and even the older people have come to expect a company to demonstrate a level of social responsibility. With social media, it's very easy for people to share their thoughts and share their concerns. And you see very quickly that when a company is seen as not doing things in an ethical manner, not doing things the right way, they face a backlash.
Okay.
It happens.
Okay, thank you, John. Mariana, I have a question from one of our participants to you. What are the contemporary issues to be considered in terms of leadership during pandemic situation?
First of all, a good leader, an authentic leader, has to roll with example. So in these difficult times, you have to take that role and you have to show them the path, because in difficult times, the organization will tend to follow you more and will tend to listen to you more than ever. So you have to be an example for them. You have to lead them with your heart, and also listen to them, to their opinions, listen to their what they want to share with you. Because I think that's the most important thing in an organization and in a thing, that they have the trust and the confidence with you to share their points of view. And sometimes you don't have the best decision, you don't have the best answers, and your team has the best answer. So you have to be able to listen to them. And then instead of you speaking, listening. I think that's important.
Thank you so much. Such a profound thought. Thank you so much. Sasha, your work talks about a lot of dealing with women, how how women make a difference. Sasha, do you really think that when leadership is spoken about, there should be a gender divide between a man who is leading an organization or a woman is leading an organization? Can justice be a leader leading an organization?
That would be an ideal world, and that is what I am striving for, especially with the Sustainable Development Goal number 5 of gender equality. From every aspect of society, from sports to entertainment to the corporate world, you see that there is a difference. One of the tennis players, Serena Williams, or her sister, does a lot of work on making sure that athletes have the same pay. We're playing the same sport. We're putting in the same time, but there's a difference. Also, and I'm using sports, and I'm not really into sports, but this is what's been in the news lately. There were issues about even with the basketball for women in the United States. They had all of these great amenities for the men at the NCAAs, but for the women, it was as if they were an afterthought. And so I think it's so important that we get to a space where we realize that at the core of us, we are humans, and that we should be measured based on our ability to contribute to society, not on our gender.
Thank you so much, Sasha. Thank you so much for bringing Sarina to our platform. It means, I think she actually made a difference when she fought for equal pay in Wimbledon. I think the ripple she created was amazing. I personally been a fan of her. I really like the way she's outspoken about the wage disparity, but unluckily, our voice was not heard by the organizers. John, coming back to you on the same note what Sasha told, do you think a lot of work still had to be done? And it's a sad affair. Even in 2021, when we are talking about ethical leadership, we have a different segment of women not being honored for our positions. And we are not giving her equal rights. And equal rights is just a few Nike advertisements once in a while about gender equality. Do you think much more work has to be done by organization in terms of women empowerment and leadership?
I think, really what you're looking at is a question of developing fair opportunities for everybody based on their ability. I have 2 young daughters, and I want to see them have the same exact opportunities as my son. I think you've seen this evolution happening over the years. Back in 1995, when I went for my MBA at the University of Michigan, one of the things that the university touted itself on was being one of the most inclusive business schools in terms of female MBA students. And you'll laugh when I tell you that they were proud that our class was 20% female. You fast forward to today, and there's an article in the Wall Street Journal a couple of weeks ago that now MBA programs across the United States on average are over 50% female. You see most of the leading professional programs, law and business, now have turned to be majority female. Most universities, even the undergraduate classes now, are majority female. So what that tells you is that women are getting the exact same, if not more, preparation than men to succeed. Companies for years have been bringing more opportunities into management training programs and such for diversity, and not just male, female, but bringing in more international people, bringing in more people of different ethnic backgrounds. And one of the things that I always teach my students is you need world-class skills to have the opportunity. So clearly people are being given the education and being given the exposure and access to participate in projects where they're developing those world-class skills. So you couple that now, hopefully, with the experience that they're going to be able to get over the next couple of years. And as we see more people with world-class experience, then I think you're going to see a lot more parity in the boardroom, a lot more parity in senior management ranks at all leading companies.
Okay, thank you, John. Mariana, on the topic of opportunities, do you think COVID pandemic has actually snatched away opportunities of ethnic minorities across the world?
Yes, of course, it's really impacting minorities and everyone. But I think this is also an opportunity to work better on your inner skills. And I think that's the most important thing, because if you work in your inner skills, like right now, there's people that have to manage their emotions more than ever. And I think that the importance of emotional education, like emotional intelligence, that's one of the core points that I work on with organizations. And I think that's a pillar right now to focus on, because maybe you can have all the knowledge and all the skills, but if you don't know how to manage your emotions, you won't be able to get through these difficult times, these COVID times. And the world is changing every day, and it's sometimes very good. Sometimes it gets really difficult. So you have to learn to navigate. Like if there were like ocean waves, you have to learn to navigate and keep calm and manage your stress, manage your anxiety to get to have the best decisions made.
Okay, thank you, Mariana. On the topic of pandemic, Mr. Vinod, one of our panelists has asked a question. Many organizations in India have diverted from social responsibility, especially during this pandemic. We have seen an increased prices of many healthcare products, keeping in mind to earn more profits. What's your comment on diversion of social responsibility, sir?
Actually, under the CSR rules or regulations, I think since last year, the allocation of funds to COVID-19 related causes has been accepted as an permitted activity under CSR. So therefore, preventive health care and of course, everything that goes with COVID-19 would be accepted under CSR, and therefore, of course, is recognized as a social obligation. So to that extent, I think it's fine. But you asked a secondary question about profiteering. I think that's a question that I think the state has to answer. The states have to find out why our oxygen cylinders are overpriced, or why our very vaccines are overpriced, and so on. I think individually, I don't know whether citizens can make much of a noise or protest against these issues.
Similarly, Mr. Vinod, continuing with our another participant has asked, does companies abiding by laws and doing CSR, is it ethical, or they should do it from the art?
Where business is concerned, it's difficult to reconcile it with the issues of the heart. I think when the CSR was first introduced in 2014, it was well meant. To a large extent, you could say that was the corporate heart or the political heart coming into play. It was a sign that the government or the political side of the government also recognized that businesses must do much more than merely making profit for its shareholders. To a large extent, therefore, CSR is a heartfelt activity, but I think because of the opaqueness with how it is administered or managed. I mean, how much information do you get about CSR or social activities every day in the newspaper? You hear about other things. Because of this opaqueness and silence about the activity, you tend to suspect what has been done. The depth of their involvement is often measured in terms of allocation of money, not patients saved, not students educated, how many graduated, how many liters of water have been released to a particular sector, and so on. Those are not the numbers that we hear. The numbers we hear are in cool, extra cold rupees. And that's why I think we suspect that CSR does not have the heart.
Thank you so much, Vinod. John, coming from Mr. Vinod, I have a question to you. Does sustainability goals of which has been given to all of us, and every year we are updating the sustainability goals, has it really made a difference to leadership and social responsibility of the companies, especially in USA?
Yeah, we're seeing the changes. There was the big report from the UN yesterday looking at the climate crisis, and the business news really came to life with how companies are realizing how major changes are going to happen this decade, and companies that had been dragging their feet, really hoping that these pressures were going to go away, have realized that they are not. You look at companies that were very dependent on fossil fuels, like the auto industry. It's well known that basically they have stopped development on internal combustion engines. This is the last generation, and they're going to be making the move, going away from it. Major changes. The labor, the United Auto Workers Union, that controls the production of most of the automobiles in the United States, realizes that these changes are coming. They anticipate that there's going to be fewer workers needed to assemble electric cars because there's fewer moving parts, and they're already starting to make the transition and figure out how they're going to work, to create opportunities for their members. We've got wildfires going out west. We've got drought conditions making it more difficult for a lot of the agriculture industry. I mean, these are all very strong wake-up calls, and people are watching and waiting to see how companies are going to react or are acting. And the best and the brightest managers, the best and the brightest graduates are going to want to go to companies that are making a positive difference. So you're going to see more and more of a competitive edge being given to companies that are seen as, embracing that responsibility and that are part of the evolution towards the changes that are needed. You just wake up and you look outside and you're seeing the changes happening, right before your eyes. I live 1,000 miles away from the closest forest fires, but the smoke is blowing in and, really just affecting everybody across the country. So it's the reality. And you're seeing more and more concern, which puts more and more pressure on the companies. The more and more pressure there is on the companies, the more and more they're going to embrace that change as an expectation of, really all their stakeholders.
Okay. Mariana, on the note of expectations, what do you think employees today during pandemic expect from the companies regarding sustainability goals, how it has been incorporated in an organization and projecting as a very good image about a company, especially in these tough times?
I think it's very important, first of all, that all the employees and everyone in the company know that what is a sustainable development goal, because many companies here in Latin America don't even know what is that,
Yes.
So first of all, introducing the importance. And second of all, many companies have these amazing reports and paragraphs written, we are socially responsible, blah, 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 but in real life, they don't care and nobody practices anything. So you have to work with, first of all, giving the importance of the sustainable development goals, because we have to understand that we are only one race. That we are the human race, and we only have one home, which is this planet. So at the end, when you break this mental barrier and understand that is only one planet, because many people think, oh, these things are happening in that country or in that part of the world, but this will also impact this part of the world. So because it's the same it's the same planet, and it's very important for us to understand that we have to take care of the planet, and it's not something in the future. Like, we're seeing the impact in the environment and everything right now. And if we want to live a world where our kids can play and be safe, and our great kids and everything, we have to have this vision before and focus and in the moral practices and in the good practices to leave this safe space for the future as well.
Thank you, Mariana. Mariana, your thought is so nice that it's one planet. All of us belong to this planet. Sasha, on this note, how much a difference a woman can make in achieving sustainable goals, especially in those countries where, as Mariana was telling, they don't even know what is sustainable development. They don't even know what is development. And for them, what difference a woman can make in this particular agenda?
It's so important to think about it from the standpoint of intercultural competence, and looking at it from the standpoint of how do we continue to move away from neo-nationalism and move more into interculturalism, and understanding that as women, we have direct access to youth, to young people. And while in some areas where they don't know about it or where they may not have the resources, women like myself and the work that I do, connecting with women across the globe and providing those resources. Last year during the pandemic, there was such a struggle because all programming, even in the United States, was suspended. And you had many grassroots organizations that did not have the resources to make a difference. And many of those grassroots organizations are led by women. You'll be surprised that a lot of the nonprofits are led by women here in the United States. And so while we were not a big corporation, we were able to create a roundtable and we're able to use the internet. Everyone is able to get at least to get on the internet at some level. And we were able to have dialogue about what the needs are. And when you put a bunch of women in a room, there is this maternal desire to make a difference. And so we began to raise money for the essential workers in Nigeria. And we just used each one of us at our level of privilege or our level of opportunity, began to pull our resources together, and then we targeted those communities that perhaps did not have it. But in doing that, sharing the importance of the Sustainable Development Goal number 10, reducing inequities. And so we have to do it from a mindset of that we have to partner for the good of society, not just for my community, not just for my family, but for those around the world. Because I say to someone, they ask me, who are my children? Who are the youth that I touch? I say, my children are those children that I come in contact wherever I go in this world. And so I encourage women, those are privileged. And so we don't always like to look at ourselves as privileged, but I am privileged. I'm a woman of color, but I'm still privileged because I'm in the United States. Take what I have, because what I have can make a difference in the life of someone else in another country. And I continue to do that. And I believe if we continue to do that at any level. I said something, I was speaking to a group of women in Nigeria, in Uganda a couple of years ago. And I said, you can be a world changer right in your community. There are resources, there are ideas, there are concepts, there are inventions that can happen in your village and in your home. So you don't have to come to the United States. You don't have to go to Europe. You can change the world where you are. So inspire yourself and then inspire the young people to follow you.
Thank you, Sasha. John, and continuing what Sasha just told, especially how important is leadership in African continent. Probably today, entire world says they are the fastest growing continent, especially in the misutilization of resources, which is happening across Africa. How important is leadership in that continent with social responsibility?
Well, obviously critically, Africa is an interesting place. It's where the youngest population is. You mentioned the richness of the resources. We know the agriculture sector is very underdeveloped. So in terms of feeding the world, it's where the most potential is. You really look and say, how do you work to achieve, all the potential from a continent with all of the possibilities that are there? You need good ethical leadership, because without it, let's face it, a lot of the problems on the African continent are a result of a lot of unethical leadership, where if all the money is going and being invested into high-end real estate in London, winding up in Swiss bank accounts and such, it's not going to do anything to develop the country. There's been decades and decades of loans taken out to do developmental projects. Developmental projects never get done. The money's disappeared, but the people are still stuck with the debt, but nothing to show for it. So developing the youth, developing the all the resources that are there, definitely is going to be good for the entire planet if you do it the right way.
Okay, thank you, John. Same question to you, Mariana, but in perspective of Latin America. In Latin America, how important is leadership, especially in the same misutilization of resources are happening as it is in Africa? How important and how social responsibility leadership is important, especially today in Latin America?
It's very important worldwide, but in Latin America, we see the problem that we see here in this part of the continent, the part of the world, is that there's people with a lot of money and people without any money. A big gap between rich and poor. So people are fighting to get the best positions, but at the end, the important thing is to have the right mindset, because even though if you have the power and you have the money, what are you going to do with that money and with that power? That's the important question. So when maybe some people, when they reach that level of power and economy that they're dreaming about, then they don't know what to do with the money. And the important thing is to have the right mindset, because now that you have the money and the power, you have to act responsible and socially responsible with your community. So the first thing that great leaders try to do here is create, let's say, schools, good schools for people that don't have the economic capability to pay for the tuitions. Help your community with the health department, with the health, because here there's not so many good hospitals where I live in Nicaragua. So you have to, the important thing is act, thinking about how can I help my community, first of all, because you can have a big dream. I want to change the world. Yes, you have to start by yourself. How can you change yourself, first of all? How can you be a better person? That's the first question. How can am I really helping? Am I doing my best as an individual? And if I'm contributing to my society and my community, that's the second best question. And then you can have these great ideas to help other parts of the world, but you have to give your best first for you and then for your community.
Okay. Mr. Vinod, coming on responsibility side, in India, do you think private-public partnership can make a difference, like how Mariana told, in the field of education, in the field of health, which are paramount importance right now to our country?
I suspect the answer there first lies in the many myriad ways in which we look at education today in the country and outside the country as well. There are lapses in many places. There's not enough investment, and the degrees in which how we dispense with education as well. But coming back to a question, public-private partnership, I don't know. I'm not very sure, because both of them, both the public and the private, I mean the government and the business entity coming together, I think they'll find it difficult to blend it together and come together and offer a common program for education. I think it will be, I don't think it will be easy. I think they'll be very difficult partners in their objective. It's much better that what the government does today, establish centers of excellence or the country's best institutions, and they become standards and models for other private institutions to copy and emulate, and perhaps even do better. I think that would be good. I think perhaps then bringing them together, I don't think it will work out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vinod. John, how important is government in fulfilling social responsibility, especially in emerging economies, where I'm not talking about USA or any Western developed nations. I'm talking about emerging developing economies. What's the role government should play probably 5 years down the line in terms of socially ensuring that there is equality all around?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think for any country, you're talking about the government has to be the enabler. And whatever the government policies champion is the direction that a country is going to go. So if I'm looking at a developing country, I would want them to be taking the lead, working with advanced economies, saying, how can you help us to develop the right way? How can you help us develop in sustainable ways? You hear so many arguments that Europe and the United States and China took advantage of cheap carbon fuel to fuel their development. Now you're asking the developing world to just forego it. There's a responsibility for all governments to come together. As my other panelists have been commenting, we're one planet. And if you just shift the pollution, if you just shift the bad stuff to some other corner of the globe, it doesn't matter, because it all goes into the atmosphere and it affects us all. So the governments have to be coordinating, enabling, championing, doing things the right way to lead to that desired development that's going to make for a better world for everybody going forward. We're all in this together, be it a pandemic, be it carbon, be it melting and rising oceans, whatever the challenges are that we're going to face. We know the challenges are coming, and the challenge is for governments to enable people to meet those challenges in a way that's not going to make things worse.
John, I'm tempted to ask one question to you. You just mentioned about the climate accord. Is it really a climate accord which is going to make a difference? Or is it just a publicity stunt for political leaders to have a photo opportunity? Does climate accord, I think once we had Donald Trump walking out of the Paris climate accord, environmental accord. It was a huge scene across the press a few years down the line. But do you think these kind of accords, these kind of summits actually make a difference?
The people of the, I'm sorry, was the question to me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, the people of the world need to understand what's happening. The people of the world need to understand what the potential ramifications are. I think that's the value of having the United Nations and groups like that putting these reports out, and basically making them as honest and as trustworthy as possible. Frankly, in my view, shame on governments that want to downplay it for their short-term advantage. If I could ignore it and have, a 5-year window of advantage, what's the point? Why walk out when you know that problem is not only going to be there, but is going to be there worse in 5 years if you don't take action? For countries that walk away, for countries that try to ignore the problem and just hope that it's going to go away, you're really taking a very strong gamble, and that gamble could affect everybody.
Okay, thank you, John. Sasha, on that note of gamble, how much gamble has world leaders taken? Probably, I'm not talking about too far away time, since the emergence of heavy globalization from Asian side, from China trying to dominate the world, and everybody talking about the world. How much governments or any organizations which are making huge amount of money have not taken into consideration the climate damage has been done by all of us?
This is an excellent question, and I was hoping you asked something that will lead into one of the things that I wanted to talk about. We often have things like if you recall, the Companies Act of 2013, of requiring companies to take on more responsibility, to be more ethically responsible in how they impact the environment. We had the Gulf Coast oil spills in the United States about a decade ago, and it was just such a negative impact in the southwestern part of the United States that is still, the people and the environment in that area is still suffering. One of the things that I think is so important in terms of social corporate responsibility is first the acknowledgement. Companies around the world, governments around the world have been complicit in being irresponsible. When we talk about, we tend to blame the people for things not working when really the people do not have the power. And for example, we talk about corruption in many of the countries, we talk about corruption in Africa, we talk about corruption in South America or Asia, but we never really talk about corruption in the Western side of the world, where the power sort of resides, and how complicit we have been as a nation in I would say in facilitating corruption, or turning our back on corruption, or not taking a side of corruption, or taking a side that will benefit us economically, not socially. And so one of the things that must happen is that we must continue to challenge corporations, NGOs, nonprofit organizations, institutions of higher education, to begin to challenge our governments, challenge our corporations to do more, to take on more responsibility, but first and foremost, to acknowledge the fact of the role that we have played in destroying our environment, and that how it's not only impacting the environment, but it's impacting the people, children. Here in many areas, in the area of the United States, there are increased numbers of young people with these illnesses that you just didn't hear of young people having years ago. And so it's just an isolated area. But when you think about it globally, when we do not care for, when we do not care for the environment, when we do not help the environment and help the individuals within that environment in terms of sanitation, in terms of clean air, clean energy, all of those things, then we as a nation, as a corporation, we're responsible. And it's not the people, it is us, those who are in power at any level. And I say any level because we always want to just say the big businesses or the big corporations, but it's the small corporations too. And it's the individuals who have resources and who have influence.
Okay. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mariana. Thank you, Mr. Vinod. This was literally an enriching experience. Thank you so much. On a personal note, I would like to tell you one thing. This is the first time I moderated an event with such huge luminaries. I was tensed. Thank you for putting me at ease. It means a lot to me. After 17, 18 years of teaching, it meant a lot to me that you put me at ease. Thank you so much. Your sessions of talking about how government needs to put huge impetus on development. As John said, it is our government's responsibility to take care what is going wrong. It's their responsibility to put everything on a platform so that we can give something back to future. As Mariana said, organization needs to think beyond profits, think about mental health. They think about overall development of an employee. Like Sasha said, how women can literally make a difference. How leadership in emerging economies can make a huge difference for the future of the planet. On Mariana's note, we are all living in one planet. Let's take care of it and be ethically and socially responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Center for Management Studies, Jane deemed to be University, we are indeed privileged to host you on our platform. Thank you so much. I will now hand over to my eagerly waiting Professor Baishaki.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such a beautiful session. And thank you very much, panelists, for bringing in your expertise and experience before us and engaging us in such a fruitful, constructive, and open exchanges throughout the session. Thank you once again for accepting to be a part of our panel discussion and adding value to this summit through your intellect and words of wisdom. Now I would like to invite our esteemed HODs, Professor Sunita BK and Dr. Umakant S, to announce the Best Paper Award of the Research Summit. Thank you very much, panelists.
Thank you, Baishaki.
Thank you so much.
To my fellow panelists and the chairperson of this coordinator of the session. I think her provocative questions made us think deeper about the problems that you offered us about leadership, about social response and other issues. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, all the panelists.
Thank you very much
for a gracious presence.
Thank you.
Ma'am, we can go ahead with award announcements.
Thank you, Varsha, ma'am.
Pooja, you can share screen.
Okay. Our International Research Summit, AVLOKAN, wouldn't have been a better platform for us if we didn't have the paper presentations. We at Center for Management Studies, James doomed to be University, wholeheartedly thank all of you to present your opinions, research on our platform. Thank you so much.
Next slide, please.
The overall best research paper, Transformational Role of Organization, Changing Businesses and Models of Work by Dr. Avnish Sharma and Anisha Panikar. Congratulations.
Next slide.
The overall Best Case Study Award, Measuring Tourist Satisfaction by the Means of Importance of Performance Analysis, a case study of Gujarat, Dr. Ranjul Malai Gandhi and Renuka Garg. Thank you so much for presenting your case on our platform. Thank you. Can we move on to the next slide, please? The best paper in a financial track by Rohan J. How ethical leadership impacts microfinance sector in India. The best paper in marketing track, I think what Philip Kotler said today, Measuring Tourist Satisfaction by the Means of Importance Performance Analysis, a scheme, a case study of Gujarat by Ranjul Malai Gandhi and Renuka Garg. They have got 2 prizes. Congratulations once again. The best paper, Human Resource Track, an analytical study on work stress and its impact on job satisfaction among the employees. Arindita P, Damala Vivek B. Thank you so much. The best paper in general management track goes to Ranjan R. Kamath and Isha Rudra. Innovation and ethical issues in business, a case study on few innovations and ethical issues in the Formula One business. The best case study in the financial tracks goes to Rohan J. How ethical leadership impacts microfinance sector in India. A assessment of existing potential culture tourist resources as an ecotourism product, a case study by Dr. Bipin Chandra Pant, gets the best case study award in marketing track. Jayashree S.'s case study, work-life balance and stress management in accordance with the personality, types of workers, types among working parents in this COVID pandemic, gets the best case study award in human resource track. Innovation and ethical issues in business, a case study of few innovations and ethical issues in Formula One business, gets a best case study award in general management track by Ranjan Kamath and Isha Rudra. Congratulations to all the winners and thank you so much for presenting in our platform.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we have come to the end of our 9-day International Research Summit, AVLOKAN, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Chainraj Roychand, Pro-Chancellor, Dr. N. Sundarajan, Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh, Pro-Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Ishwaran Iyer, Registrar, Dr. N.V.H. Krishnan, Joint Registrar, Dr. Mr. M.S. Santosh, Director Academic and Planning, Professor Sridhara Murthy, Director Communications and Human Resources, Ms. Aparna Prasad, and the entire family of Jain deemed to be university for developing an ecosystem that has transformed the society and contributed significantly towards its betterment. I thank our esteemed director, Dr. Dinesh Neelkan, Center for Management Studies, Jain deemed to be university, for his overwhelming support and golden words of advices in our endeavors and for inspiring us with his mentorship and guidance. I'm extremely thankful to our esteemed keynote speakers, Nobel laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus, father of modern marketing, Professor Philip Kotler, American political scientist, Dr. Rogers M. Smith, Dr. Chainraj Roychand, Mr. Arup Chatterjee, Dr. Raj Singh, Mr. P.K. Gupta, Dr. Dinesh Neelkant, Ms. Amita Paul, Ms. Nidhi Vadhera, Professor V. Ranganathan, along with our esteemed panelists, Dr. John Lipinski, Ms. Mariana Goody, Mr. Vinod Damlekar, and Ms. Shasha E. Butler for giving us enriching insights about the concept of social responsibility, and ethical leadership to be adopted at the managerial and social levels. I would also like to thank all HODs, Professor Sunita BK, Dr. Rupa Treza, Dr. Umakant S., Professor Krishna Reddy, Professor Anila Vajpayee, Dr. Raghu Anand, and Dr. Bhargavi from the bottom of my heart, and for their ever-extending hands of support which have been instrumental in the success of this event. I would like to thank our coordinators, Ms. Jayashri and Ms. Chaitra, for their assistance, the extremely talented faculty members for their participation and encouragement, the facility managers, and the non-teaching staff of CMS, whose contributions have played a significant role in the success of this event. Our special thanks goes to Mr. Nayas from Jain Incubation Center, Mr. Maki Agrawal, and Mr. Saurabh of Jain Deemed to be University admissions team, Ms. Saida Shifa, alumni coordinator, Mr. Umesh Nayak of Creative Inc., and all SRDC coordinators, Ms. Kiran, Ms. Jeturi Kirtana, Ms. Pooja Pravardhini, along with the entire SRDC team for their immense efforts and support for the event. At the very end, I would also like to thank our wonderful participants whose engagement and active participation have fulfilled the purpose of this event and made this successful. Finally, I would like to take the privilege to thank each and everyone watching us live for being associated with us through this research summit, and wish our esteemed speakers and participants a great time ahead. We hope your experience has been productive and fruitful, and we promise to continue this legacy of knowledge sharing in future as well. Have a great evening. Thank you all.
And Varsha, we thank you.
Yeah, no. Dinesh,
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much,
Dinesh,
sir.
2 minutes, Dinesh.
Yes, sir, please.
See, it's not about thanking and all the amount of work which has gone into it, depth of knowledge. I see your Madam Mariana, Sasha, E. Butler, their profound thoughts were so extraordinary. All the speakers which were so well connected by all of you, the entire team members, faculty members, the entire group who have worked on this outlook. It is one of its kind in the history of Jain University. A big round of applause to each and every organizer who made this possible. But I have some more points to share with all of you. I have been a part of this session except for one day. The kind of speakers you have chosen, especially today's panel discussion, were extraordinary. All four of John, Marian, Madam, Sasha. See the global perspective they have got. See the kind of depth of knowledge. Each and every speaker has been a university himself. Dr. Philip Kotler was a blockbuster. So all the speakers, whatever the participants who are here today, the biggest learning will be that it is not concluding the conference, but continue this intellect which has been assimilated by those 14 odd speakers. They have given their life experiences into this 14 years. Each and every word has to be created a script out of it. And it has to go to all the teaching fraternity and the student, because this is going to be the jewels of words of wisdom and their experience has gone into it to make the planet better. So all the people who speakers who are coming have contributed to the development of Kotler, Mariana Madam, as women leader, what role they have in it. Mariana said that mental wellness, mental health is more important. This is a profound thoughts, if you can bring out into quotes and their thoughts into a book form. I'm sure all the 80,000 participants should be given this entire script, that this becomes a Bible for their life. And it inspires them, it gives them the feeling of looking forward, and even in the difficult times, still you can build harmony and still make the world a better. And every speaker have been philosophical, very religious, and understanding about humanity. It is amazing to bring in that kind of speakers in such a short time of time. That Dinesh thinks in that large concept, and supported by the entire CMS team, bring in such a short time such kind of profound speakers and international celebrity letters. And it is not a joke. That credit goes to the entire team of CMS for doing such a extraordinary. I think the words also are less for the, especially and the students participated with the. Every teacher I have seen who have been in this almost 10 days till 10 o'clock, then after 10 o'clock, again 3-4 hours of follow-up. Again, so 24/7, I think you have immersed yourself into this depth of Avlokan. So this Avlokan has to continue Avlokan 2, Avlokan 3, Avlokan 4. So every 3 months you should make it a norm, because you are bringing the best of the thinkers on the planet to come togetherness. So that inclusivity, what you have shown, and by those people of eminence who have given in 45 minutes their entire 40-30 years of experience. Imagine the millions of hours of their research has come in a short form, a complete education for life, knowledge for life. That is what it makes an impact. And here, every age criteria, 90 countries have participated. I'm sure Jane can create more impact on the planet and bring in such kind of thinkers and thought leaders on this platform. Avlokan, I don't want to conclude with thanks, because the show has just started now. And the real show is going to happen with the young leaders from Varsha to Vaisakis and Dr. That event management speaker, the main, I think the speakers, Saida, Shifa, all Sunita, the way you asked the question, it was amazing what you, Shiva Chaudhary, the way you, Abhishek, all of you, Professor Raghu, and then Srikanth, and all of them, all of you have learned a lot in this. I'm sure you have developed a lot of skills, a lot of concepts and ideas you have evolved yourself. Dr. Shiva Chaudhary was also another revelation, because the way she could communicate, I think every audience in the planet will not forget her. The way she spoke about the entire 8 days festival, presented so well. So it is a teamwork, it is a family, and the whole world is a family. And Mariana Madam, planet is one. Planet is one. Now that is where I think Vasudevai Kutumbam. So we are all as one human connected. And this connect, you have brought it with 80,000 people, and 80,000 people speaking to 100 people. Already you have touched the lives of 8 million people. Please, all the points with all the speakers, every word of theirs, make it into a script, and the papers, so well presented papers, and the way you have judged it. Nita, you were a surprise to me today, the way you questioned and the way you moderated the great international eminent panelists, the way you brought out insights out of them. I think you pulled out the best out of them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Mariana Madam, Shasha, John, Shasha Butler, Madam Butler, and Vinod Damblekar and John. I think you brought out the best out of them too. You brought out the best out of them today. And I'm sure we'll have more connectivity with Mariana ma'am, Shasha ma'am, and we'll like to invite them to India sometime. Make it a point to invite all these speakers and create a festival of offline for 2 days, where we have the best of the best intellectual to come and attend their thoughts. And I'm sure we can do this. And this connect has become like a bonding, madam. Thank you very much, the eminent panelist. You have really touched our hearts, and our team has worked day and night, madam. And in a short time to bring 80,000 people with such eminent thinkers on this platform itself is a miracle, I will say. It's a wonder, it's a miracle. It's not that I wanted to praise you all, it is just a sincere appreciation from my side. It's not just for that momentary praise you all and leave it. But youngsters, definitely all of you are in 30s and 35s. Imagine in 15 years, you will be a global thinker, all of you. What you have attended this platform today, the way you can communicate, get into a little depth of research and understand the expanse of it, the whole nature and the humanity and the concepts. Philip Kotler, I think in 90 minutes, he gave away 60 years of his research in 90 minutes. He gave such profound thoughts. Every one, I will say, it is a wisdom of pearls, the golden words, which has to be etched in our minds, and we should, in true spirit, internally, we have to internalize this mindfulness and build this. And whatever the speakers have given their viewpoints, if we live those points and add value to it, I'm sure their efforts will will definitely give them a lot of satisfaction. So well done, the entire team. Well
Thank you
done,
so much,
Dinesh,
sir.
for
Thank
this
you, sir.
fantastic show. And this AVLOKAN should become a brand in itself. No, it should become a concept in itself. And another series of next international conference will be on the pipeline in next 90 days. And similarly, all the speakers who have been in this 14, they should be part of the panel. When it starts for first day, all the 14 speakers should be on the panel. And the second 7 days, you continue with the speakers so that they also stay connected with them. And also all the speakers, whatever they have mentioned, please make it a Bible. And I feel this is a Bible of life. Those 10 words I always used to say: the talent, don't give up, dream, ideas, networking, focus, self-management, do not complicate, keep it simple, and success. Under these 10 words, I think they have covered the entire planet of humanity. Dr. Philip Kotler made a statement that I believe in humanity, humanist approach. So humanity is our religion. So whether it is that country or Africa, whether it is India, we all bonded, we all smiled, we all learned. And especially, I think it was a learning for us. And you young leaders, what you have done, I think this is one of the best event in 30 years in Jain history. I will give this as the best event. And I would suggest you to connect with all the schools and train them to create this global conference. And I'm sure Dr. Raj Singh will agree with me. And I'm very happy that Mariana Madam and Shasha Madam are still there with us today, even after the vote of thanks. That shows that they are a part of our family. So thank you very much, Mariana ji and Shasha Butler ji, Vinod Dublekar. What a profound intellect you are, sir. You are an intellectual personality. So
Thank you
wisdom
for
comes.
the invitation.
All
Thank
of
you
them,
so much.
all of them are very, very superb personalities on the planet, and the world is proud of all these speakers. Well done, Dr. Mohammad Yunus, the way he created the impact on the planet. So every speaker has given their walking universities, I can say. So well done. Continue this good work and see that this spirit AVLOKAN is continuous. Just even you'll feel that okay, AVLOKAN is over. It is not over. It is just a beginning. So the version 2 is going to come now. So you can give a trailer and say it's a beginning of those 80,000 people will bring 3 lakh people. You just wait and see. So we should cover 20 million people in next 4th conference, and that should be the model and the concept which you will have to create. And that will itself will be a kind of excellence in your own way. Well done. Best wishes. Congratulations. And a big round of applause to each and every person. And you can pat your back for then well done.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
ma'am. Thank you, Mariana ji, Shasha Butler, madam.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you.
Mr. Vinod Damlekar. So please do, it was an honor for us, madam. All of you are with us, and sir. So please continue to guide us and mentor us. You are all the global leaders and global thought leaders, all of you.
Thank you.
And
I'm looking forward
please,
to coming to
please
India.
do bless us and please do encourage us.
Yes.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. All the best. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
And you want to conclude so fast? I think you will have something to chat yourself, Dr. Varsha and team.
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
I think another 1 hour you will have to go through
Yes,
that.
sir. Yes, sir.
Good feelings.
I'm thinking from tomorrow, what will I do, sir? AVLOKAN is over.
No, AVLOKAN 2 work has started.
All 16 of us were so engrossed with this. I don't know from tomorrow what we'll do.
Oh, no, I think now you would have got another 50 ideas of research papers now.
Sure,
This
sir. Sure,
conference.
sir.
All
Sure,
the
sir.
best.
Thank you
Sir,
so much.
sir, can I say something?
Yeah, you
AVLOKAN
have to
2
say. Continue.
AVLOKAN 2 is on entrepreneurship. I told you.
Yeah, you told me already.
Yes.
But all young leaders, Dinesh, Varsha and team, are fantastic work.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes.
Good, Dr. Varsha.
Thank you so much, sir. All of us have been mentored by Dinesh, sir, like this. So he has
Yeah,
already set the next target
mentored.
for us, sir.
Professionally and perfectly mentored.
Already he has set the new.
Work now. So a round of applause to the team.
No, sir. Under your guidance only we could do it. With your motivation.
Sir, but the one of the biggest thing we get is that freedom, sir. Creativity.
You tell
freedom.
me this moderation. How did you get all these questions properly? How much time it took for you to frame these questions for all
Sir,
the four panelists?
So as they talk, I framed it, sir, because
very spontaneously you framed all these questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is a tremendous question, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure all of you will agree, madam, that the questions are very, very rightly, aptly questioned, and you answered it so well. Very good question. Very good questions. I was impressed with the questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But it was a learning for me. Dinesh, I have learned a lot, so I have got some 500 new ideas out of this conference. So get ready for those 500 ideas to take the pressure off it.
Sure.
No, sir, we get absolute creative freedom. Sir does not interfere. That's the reason.
Anybody, I think you should allow Varsha to some people to share their experiences in 3 sentences at least, some of them.
I
so that they feel,
So we have
otherwise it looks
recorded
like-
the feedback
otherwise
in.
it-
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, it looks like it's abruptly ending. So let them share their good feelings.
So we have
Some of
taken
them.
their feedback in Google form. You want me to fetch some of them in panel? I do not know whether.
Any 3-4 people who are the team members would like to share their.
Varsha
Okay,
ma'am,
yes, ma'am.
Varsha ma'am, if I can interfere, I think we should tell Kirtana, Kiran to speak because they are the SRDC coordinators.
Very good.
And I think they have taken
Definitely speak.
maximum of.
Kirtana, do speak 2-3 minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, 1 minute.
Good evening, sir. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. And I am very grateful for CMS Jain deemed to be university and all the teachers present here to host us such a great event called AVLOKAN, which is of 10 days. And as Varsha ma'am said, like we are really sad to say that we don't know what to do from tomorrow. And as Chendra sir told, like, yes, we will plan for AVLOKAN 2.0 and AVLOKAN 3.0, surely. Thank you once again.
Well done, JK. Yeah.
Kiran?
Yeah.
Kiran?
Good evening, everyone here. Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. Sir, it's an absolute privilege to host such an event, and to be a part of it is a huge opportunity, and it's an honor to us. And being with you all here makes us more proud and makes us more pumped and makes us more and more motivated to get something bigger and bigger every day and give you all the best possible. Thank you all, sir. Thank you, everyone. It's an amazing journey.
Pooja?
Hello, everybody. Good evening. I actually am at a loss of words because this has been one of the biggest event in my whole life that I was a part of, and I cannot express how thankful I am to all my teachers, to everybody who has been a part of this event, to my team who has supported us always, and yeah, I'm really grateful. And like ma'am was mentioning, we really don't know what will happen tomorrow. We are gonna miss this. So yes, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Without the team, we are nothing, sir.
Dr.
Chandra,
Varsha, your
sir.
follow-up is very extraordinary.
Yes. So Chandra sir, I would like to bring one point in notice. Shresh Poddar, who's here, is our alumni. He actually came out because he didn't want it to miss AVLOKAN, and he has helped a lot in our research summit.
Sir, I would like to mention a fact here. This time we
Your
received.
follow-up is very good, Dr. Varsha.
Sir, we actually
you will
have
not leave
received.
till the work is done.
No, there sometimes I fight, I shout, but we have to do like this only. There is no other option.
Yeah,
I would
Varsha,
just
tell.
like to mention a fact here. This time we have received, I think, more than 30 papers, and this time the entire responsibility was given to all the students for reviewing, receiving, and entire communication was done by entire SRDC team. So this is the way we have trained them, and I think now they will bring student research culture for their next batches.
Yeah. This is a foundation for the powerful student research culture.
Yes, and the Shresh Poddar, he passed out from last batch, but still he is there. We feel like he is still in the final year only. Neither he leaves us nor we leave him. For the entire research summit, he has worked so hard.
Very good.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a pleasure for me. It's a blessing to me that I've been a part of Jain Deemed to be University.
Yeah, Shresh Poddar still looks like the 8th standard student for me. He's so young. Continue, Shresh.
Like it's a really huge pleasure and a huge opportunity for me. And the last conference that I did, and this AVLOKAN is absolutely bigger, better, and much louder than the conference that we did in January. And it's really great to be the part of this, and I really didn't want to miss this event. So I'm really privileged to thank you, Dinesh sir, thank you, Sunita ma'am, thank you, Varsha ma'am, and all the teachers, all the mentors, all my participants, and all the wonderful speakers who have given me immense knowledge, mentoring, and an immense support to always guide me through my lifestyle, work, and everything that I do. And of course, Dr. Philip Kotler, P.K. Gupta sir, Mariana ma'am, Vinod Dumblekar sir, Sasha ma'am, your thoughts, ideas, opinions matter a lot. Like Chinda sir mentioned, it should be a Bible, and it should be a Bible because your each sentence remarks, very true opinion to the world. It matters a lot to each and everyone in this world. Thank you so much, Jain University. Thank you so much, everyone, to allowing me to be the part of this conference. It's a blessing. Thank you so much.
Very great. Well done. She's continue to be a part of AVLOKAN 2 now.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, and either one or two more sharing.
Yes, sir. I think now we should hear the feedback from some of the teachers who were the part of our
I should ask
AVLOKAN team.
See, the best part is Shasha madam and Mariana madam and Vinod sir are still there with us.
Yes, how was their journey and what all went
In fact, they
wrong
want to know the making of AVLOKAN. So that's why they are very keenly listening to you all.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Now I will request first Dr. Shiva Chaudhary to share her
Making
experience.
of AVLOKAN, you make a 10 minutes movie properly.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Sure, sir. So first thing I would say, like for the very first time when we were talking about it, like we are going to plan something, some research event is going to take place, and me and Varsha ma'am were talking about it. We went to sir, and once it comes to Dinesh sir, the best part is he is always there to motivate. He is always there to support. He never discourages us, and he will never say anything like that. No, it is not possible. Do something big. He will always say like that, and I am there behind you. Whatever you require, just let me know what all is there. And that is the reason, the kind of motivation we have got from sir's side, the entire support we have got, that we did not feel like that this is something which is not going to be possible. And that is the reason why today we are having such a lovely discussion together here. So thank you, Dinesh sir, for the opportunity.
But how did you get this so many speakers, Varsha?
Sir, actually, I tell you the real story. We wanted to approach Dr. Kotler because he came in one of the Bangalore colleges. The entire night I didn't sleep. I felt like when he's coming to that college, why not our college can host him? So that night immediately I wrote an email to him, and we exchanged around 21 emails that night. Finally, he agreed to come. But he gave me a date of...
Your rule number 2, perseverance, you didn't give up. So,
yes,
and
sir.
what about the other 13 speakers, Mariana madam, Vinod
Yes, sir. That only I'm about to
Shasha,
tell,
how did you capture that?
Yes, sir. Maria ma'am, actually, we approached her last year for one of the event, which unfortunately couldn't happen. And from that time, I was just waiting to host for ma'am, so that when she can come for our platform. And that's how we approached her, and ma'am was kind enough to accept our invitation for panel discussion. And Mr. Vinod Dumblekar, I think I connected through LinkedIn with him. Yes, and then we spoke.
So they couldn't refuse you. They couldn't refuse you.
Yes, sir.
All the speakers, you didn't give up till you got them. Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then Dr. Rogers Smith actually gave us the date of 2nd. So then I discussed with my team that Dr. Rogers wants to come on 2nd and Dr. Kotler wants to come on 10th. Now what to do? Then the entire team agreed that let us pull it the 9-day event, which is either we can do it or let's see. So with the entire
Shasha madam.
With the Mariana ma'am, I think she's
okay.
Both our friends. Yeah,
networking, power of networking, rule number
yes, sir.
5.
That's what.
Dinesh,
yeah, I did that. With
rule
each
number
speaker,
5.
actually, I asked help that please, if you feel so, like help me to connect with another speaker.
Got it. No, sir. Rule number 1, talent was there. Rule number 2, they didn't give up. Rule number 3, they dreamt of AVLOKAN. Rule number 4, they came out with ideas. Rule number 5, the power of networking. Rule number 6, they focused. So the rule number 7, they managed very well with discipline. Number 8, they didn't. Rule number 8, they didn't complicate. Number
and
9,
one more
they
thing,
kept,
yeah.
Rule
And
number
one
9,
more
they
thing,
kept it simple, and it is success now. So rule number 10 number is automatic success.
One more thing
so
I want to mention here, sir. One more thing
Ah.
I wanted to mention. The moment every day I enter to college, there is a board which we face. The moment we enter, performance is reality. So every day I see that. It's been kept like that. So
Dinesh sir, I have proved you those 10 words, it works.
Yes, yes. It works.
Very nice. Good, good, good. So thank you all once again. Dr. Raj Singh is there?
I think I'll just check, sir.
Sir, thanks for your support also, sir.
From
On behalf of the institute, thanks for your support.
This is a
Without you would have not done this.
Yeah, but that day I forgot, and it was spontaneously I spoke on the first day. Actually, I didn't even prepare.
Thank you so much, sir. Even every day we get questions for you, sir. They wait for you, and every day we get some questions on entrepreneurship.
How many questions are there still pending? Someday I'll
Many
answer.
are there. So many are there, sir. So many
Put
are
it in
there.
that I will write the email and give the answers.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
How many 100 questions? 50 more questions are there pending?
More than that, sir. More than that, because initially every day we get some 10 to 15 questions in your name only. Today also, in fact, we got it.
Very good. So give me all those questions, Dinesh. I'll sit and answer. I will dictate and somebody will write it.
Sure, sir.
I can't write. I don't have that patience.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Hi, I love to stay, and I am preparing as we speak youth from around the world for a summit tomorrow and the rest of the week. So I do apologize. I do not want to leave. I'm feeling so jealous because I'm going to miss out.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
But I would love to stay connected. I would love to stay connected. I have been so blessed, and yes, I feel like this is a family now. And so
It's
let's
a family,
continue
madam. We would like to have your mentorship in the regular basis for all of them, for all of us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So let's definitely stay in touch. I so much appreciate you.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Mariana, ma'am.
Thank
you so much, Vinod, sir.
Thank you for the invitation, and I'll be more than happy to meet you all in person next time in India.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. We would love to host you, ma'am.
Oh, no, we are calling you to
Thank you.
India. Both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chairman, sir. Thank you, Dinesh, sir.
Hi, Dinesh. So,
Good night.
Dinesh,
Good night.
अभी लेट सबको विश करो अभी और डिनर तो अभी सबके लिए डिनर भी नहीं खाए होंगे आज. All the best. We'll catch up. Bye bye.
Thank
Well
you,
done.
sir.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done, all of you, Dr. Varsha and team. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
so much.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.